Welcome back, everyone, to another Wednesday live stream where I work on laptops I don't look at ahead of time, and we don't know what we're going to get into. So I hope everyone's doing great. Sorry for the late start. Got stuck in traffic on the way back getting my coffee. There's a bunch of construction around Austin right now, and it took me like 25 minutes to get back. So hello. Hi, everyone. Nate's the goat in the house. Is there an echo? Do we have an echo? We shouldn't have an echo. I only got one mic going on here. Shenanigans. There is an echo, huh? Interesting. Huh. No echo here. Okay. All right. Well, I don't know what the echo would be. I do have two mics, but I don't have the other one on. Let me see. If I turn this one on, are we getting an echo? Echo. Yeah, I don't know. I always keep a backup mic running just in case I have issues, so... Semper just used their Prime Twitch sub. Thank you for that. Still alive. I did not walk yet. Oh, so Doc is still alive, but he hasn't walked yet. But I'm glad that you are doing much better. Echo. Starman says there's echo. What echo? No echo. No echo here. Echo that. A lot of echo conversation. I hope everyone's doing good here. He has two mics. Yeah, I always have a backup mic here. Now, nothing's worse than filming a whole video and realizing that your mic wasn't recording or no audio was going through. And so there's a second mic that's always recording also, and it records on a separate track. And so I think a video I released recently actually had a whole section where you could tell the audio was not as good, and it was because it was a mic off to the side on my desk here. So anyway, I got 3 laptops up on the chopping block tonight. So we have a G Series 5520. This was sent in by a subscriber. He had a special request to fix this thing live. The laptop was given to him. Doesn't work, so I don't know the whole story behind that one, and that's the one winning right now. So the next one's an M15R7, no power, and the other one's no. They're all no powers, all of them. So whatever, pick it. Test the backup mic? Question mark. So, and I don't know if I could pipe that microphone over here. Sinan just uses Prime Twitch sub for 3 months over there on the old Twitchy Twitch. Thank you so much for that. Dave, is the rules working yet? When you do the rules, it should put the rules out there, right? It's not working, huh? That's so strange. Not quite Dr. Sonic here, Prime sub, resub. Now, I don't know, I haven't seen Dr. Sonic tonight, or I guess this is our first stream, but if you guys missed it, Dr. Sonic, the maniacal doctor there, dropped in last week and sent in, oh, it is working, yeah, the rules are working. It's only working for some people, I guess. So he dropped in and he was gifting 50 memberships to YouTube at a time, and he gifted 400 memberships to YouTube. Now, I have to say, I see the 400 in the account, but I do not see the money for it. So I don't know if there's still some sort of like making sure it's not some sort of something. I don't know. I don't want to say what it could be, but we don't know. We don't know. It was pretty interesting. So, Dr. Sonic, I want to thank you for all that. If that was totally legit, for sure. So appreciate it. So a couple minutes left on the vote. Actually, my Twitch. Do I not have a? Okay, yeah. It looks like about a minute and a half left on our vote on Twitch. So, but it looks like the G Series 5525 is the one that is winning. It's the first one on the list, so it's usually the one that's winning. Works on Twitch, but not on YouTube. Oh. Interesting. Oh, I had that issue. Okay, let me check this. Check. Hold on. What did you say? Very beginning. Thank you so much. You finally caught the very beginning so you can actually vote. That's super exciting. Okay, while we're thinking about this, I'm going to check these commands because I did have this happen before where rules. Let's see. Rules. Groups. Ignore cases, bots, blah, blah, blah. I swear there was something that I had to remember. Persistent, uppercase, countdown, sources. Sources, here we go. Twitch message. YouTube message, that's the trick. Okay, now try it on YouTube. See if rules works on YouTube. Should work now. Think I got it. Does he repair HP laptops? No, I do not. I've never even worked on an HP in my whole life. Never even looked at one with my own eyes. Only Dells and Alienwares, that's it. That's all I've ever done. I've been doing it like 25 years, and so we stock all the parts. That's the reason why we do that. I don't think the bot was in chat. PC bot is spamming. It's only spamming because everyone wrote rules at the same time, and then it just kept putting it in there. So PC bot is, or PPC bot, that's parts people, that's who writes in there whenever you ask the question, or whenever it needs to post something. Anyway, so send in, it's because you all wrote rules. Okay, so we're good. We're good. Okay, so it looks like the 5525 one, let me pull up the poll. Let's see, I don't have the poll pulled up. Well, I guess you're just going to have to believe me. So the 5525 one, and then what's the second place? I can't tell. M15R7 is the second place, okay? So we'll end that. So it says HG1 wants to look at the G7620, arrived there today. Hope it's not fried enough to show. Okay, well, if we can get down to that. Oh, Dr. Sonic is back. He just used a Prime Twitch sub. Now he's on Twitch now? Uh-oh. Uh-oh, buckle your seatbelts. He's on Twitch. Dr. Sonic, the maniacal genius. Thank you there, Dr. Sonic. All right, let me grab the 5525. We do have it set here. Now let me pull up the notes. So I had a special note that was set in with this one. Where'd it go? Here it is. It says this guy wanted to see a video of it, okay? So this note is from Robbie. Dr. Sonic is in the house. In the house. So Robbie said it in. Robbie, if you're in chat, can you put a bunch of hearts or something in there, or some sort of emojis, so we can see where you're at? I know you requested us to work on this on a video or on a stream on YouTube or Twitch or any of those things. So these are the notes that we have here. Wallet Breaker has arrived. Welcome, Dr. Sonic. Oh my gosh. Dr. Sonic, you are a crazy genius. All right, so here's what we have. These are the two notes I have, and oh, it looks like I don't have my power meter pulled up. I'll have to fix that in a second. Now, I was having a hard time reading this, but I got this laptop from a friend of mine after I diagnosed it has a memory issue, maybe? I don't know what that is. And so I was having a hard time. I think it just doesn't work. Based on these notes right here, it says when plugging in the power adapter, no signs of life. Laptop does not power on with the AC adapter. So that's where we're going. We're going with that. But the first thing we've got to do is I have to get this power meter pulled up because it does not exist. And so let me get that going. I just had to reboot my computer before I started the stream because it was running like molasses, which is slow, by the way. And then it tried to do a Windows update on me. And I said, no, don't you do it. Don't you do it. So let's see if we can get that pulled up. Okay, power meters should be up. Cool. All right, let's get our voltmeter up. Now, the voltmeter's been a pain in the butt lately. I don't want to be rude, but I've written, it was written by a 5-year-old. It could just be an older person whose hand's shaky, because that's kind of generally how that works, is you can start having issues with mobility of your hands. Okay. All right, so we got our meters up. All right, we're ready. Let's move this keyboard out of the way. Or left-handed, that's right. Maybe he broke his arm in a skydiving accident while he was riding a dirt bike over a gorge. And then he broke his good hand for riding, and then he was riding with his left hand. I mean, these are all plausible. These are all plausible. So did we figure out if Robbie's here? Robbie, caw-caw! Caw-caw, you here. I'm about to work on your laptop. Otherwise, I'll send you the link later, and you can take a look at it. Windows is trying to brick the Steam. No, the stream. Don't you brick it. Don't you brick it. It rebooted itself. So, yeah, I had an issue with my machine earlier, and it was basically like a couple minutes before the stream. I said, look, I got to reboot this thing. And then it said, okay, now it's time for a Windows update. I was like, you got to be kidding me. You got to be kidding me. All right, so let's make sure. Ooh, okay. Let's make sure we don't have any craziness going on. I don't know how this is even possible, but we have a bunch of keys that are, these are like, they're still in place, all these keys, but they're just popped off, like popcorn. So that doesn't even make sense. So, and then we also have the latches here. So I'll have to deal with this later. We might be able to stick those things back on if we have all the latches. Otherwise, I'll just replace the keyboard. I don't know. Loose keys was not in the notes. At least I didn't see it with my eyes. I couldn't tell. All right, let me just pack all these up. Pack them up. This laptop looks like almost brand new. I would say practically new. And this is going to be a G series, going to be a lower end machine, but that has an Alienware board in it usually. So these are almost the same as a 7630 and then the 5525, or maybe it's a 7620, something like that. So anyway, let's do our intro and then we'll get going on it. And so, I can't remember, I think it was given to a friend. Yeah, so that's what it is. All right. All right, you ready? You ready for this? Let's go. Let's prop our nice laptop. All right, new day and another laptop that needs to be saved. And this time we have a G Series 5525. Now this laptop was given to a friend and he was trying to figure out if I can get this working on a video. Now this thing does not power on, doesn't show any signs of life. I haven't taken a look at this yet. Let's take a look together and see if we can get this figured out. I literally had no idea what I was about to say. Maybe you noticed, maybe you didn't. But I noticed because I was like, what am I going to say here? It's marvelous. It's marvelous. I probably would have redone that one. So I usually record a couple different intros and then I kind of stitch them better. 5525 is an AMD. You know, you might be right. Oh wait, I guess we can tell right here. No, usually it would have a sticker if it was an AMD or not. So, all right. So the first thing I want to do is see if it turns on. Let's go ahead and press the power button, see if it does anything. And I'm not seeing any lights. Let's go ahead and pull up the power meter and plug in the power and see if we get any current going into the machine at all. So plug it in, it sits at 0, 0. Now if you look at the amperage here, so we have our 20 volts, but then we have 0, 0. Even though it did kind of go up a little bit, it means it's less than 0.01 or 10 milliamps. Now this machine's resting current is usually right around 20 milliamps, so 0.02. Now if we're not getting anything so far, then we probably have a short somewhere. That's pretty catastrophic on the board. Nate, in the previous stream, you mentioned who made the motherboards for Dell and Alienware. Who was it? So Dell usually uses Compal. That's going to be their ODM, and then they also have Winstrom. Those are the two main people who actually. So if the board part number starts with LA, then that's going to be a Compal board, and then if it's like the 233 blah blah blah, that's going to be like a Winstrom board. But that's the same boards that like all these Acer, I don't know, does Acer use those too, and Asus, and I mean Compal makes them for all the manufacturers. So that's why I'm saying like all HPs and Asus and Acer and MSI, those are all basically the same laptops, or at least the same boards. Maybe they are a little stricter on some things or not, I don't know. So who knows? Are you taking the same meds that you're on? Oh no, am I a little loopy today? I'm sorry guys. All right, so I'm gonna open the lid and see if it powers on. And we're not getting any type of response when we open and close the lid. Now this is what I'm trying to check here is we're trying to collect the clues of trying to figure out, is the EC chip responding? Now the EC chip is gonna be the embedded controller. That's responsible for starting up the laptop. Now power button's tied to it, lid sensors are tied to it, keys are tied to it, right? So right now we're getting no change. We're sitting at 0, 0. To me, this means that we have some sort of short that brings it down to a completely off state where it doesn't want to cause any damage to the board, so it's in a protective state. So I think we have a short on the main power rail. Someone's putting in there LLM. No, that stands for leaking liquid metal. This machine, I believe, is shipped with liquid metal, so that's going to be the gallium-based Element 31 cooling product that leaks everywhere and shorts out everything. And so there's a chance that we have leaking liquid metal that's causing a 0, 0 short, but we don't know. We're going to have to open it up and take a look inside. All right, so on these machines, let me see if I can get a screw bolt here. On these machines, so if it does have liquid metal, then we'll have to address that. Now, I haven't seen a bunch of leaking on this particular model, so certain models are prone to it, more prone to it than others. I think this one has a double dam. So around the CPU itself, they'll have a foam little kind of barrier and a dam. And I think this one has a double dam. And double dams are better than single dams, by the way. I don't know if you kind of put that together. And so if we can keep it from leaking, that is the way to go. I just do Dell recovery software, and I'm pleasantly surprised. Now the recovery software on the Dell machines are actually pretty cool because they actually have cloning software in there. This is it's a Dell Assist recovery, Dell Support Assist, which is built on the motherboard. If you boot into that, you can do a bunch of different things. It's actually pretty cool. I haven't used it that much, but I think it has the thermal paste of a 7620 regular. Okay, so it may just have the regular stuff. Now, actually, this board is similar to a M15R7, the same kind of board shape. So this is not the newer style, at least that I can tell right now. The battery is plugged in, and so it is an OEM. It has a serial number there, which is what we're looking for. The font looks about right. Now, it is very, very clean. Both fans are clean. This one does take DDR5, and we have 2 sticks of DDR5 in here, probably, I don't know, what, a lot? Looks like 8 gig sticks, so 16 gigs of RAM, so not too much there. We got a Wi-Fi card, and then there's the actual NVMe's already installed there. Now, I'll just go ahead and unplug the battery. We're going to do this a little bit different and see if it pulls any current once I unplug the battery. That's what we kind of want to take that out of the picture. Looks like looks like Jacob arrived, and he's here for science. That's what we're doing. We're doing science tonight. So I plugged it in now with the battery unplugged. I just want to see if it does anything different. It's not doing anything different. So I do think that we probably have a short somewhere, but I'm going to leave the charger plugged in. Let's get under the microscope and see if we can measure and see how far the voltage goes before it stops, okay? So here's where, if I can get in position here, here's where the DC jack connects to the motherboard. Now I'm going to put our meter in voltage mode so we can actually measure the voltage headed to the motherboard. And if we measure right here, we got 20 volts, which is what we want. It's going to go through these 4 inductors, and it's going to come out this side. Still have 20 volts. It's going to go through a pair of MOSFETs, and when it gets to the other side of these MOSFETs, it should actually have 20 volts, but it's not. So these MOSFETs are turned off, and that means that these are going to be turned off. And this current sense resistor doesn't have anything here because it's not being able to energize it. So why are these turned off? I don't know, and I don't care at this particular moment, but we're going to unplug the charger, and we're going to go right back to the board, but we're going to put it in continuity mode instead. And I'm going to measure for shorts now. So if I touch these two together, they beep. So I'm going to put one side on ground, and I'm going to check right here. There's not a short here. We saw 20 volts here, so there's no short here, right? There's no short there. And then what about on the other side of these MOSFETs? There's no short there. But how many people think there's going to be a short on the other side of these MOSFETs? Okay, so these are shut off to protect the board. These are shut off to protect the board. Now when we get to the other side here, we have a short right here. So we have a short on the other side of the board, on the other side of these MOSFETs. So these MOSFETs are actually doing what they're supposed to do. They're made to protect the motherboard from having voltage and current going to where the short is on the board. Now, what kind of short do we have? That's the question, right? So we're going to measure on this current sense resistor that detects how much current's going in the board, and we got 0.78 of an ohm. So less than 1 ohm, but not 0, right? It's not 0.1, it's not close to 0, it's 0.7. So that's actually kind of high when it comes to people thinking it's going to be like a resistor, a shorted resistor, or a capacitor or something. Not a shorted resistor, a shorted capacitor. But 0.7 could be high enough to be, you know, it depends on what type of GPU is on here. If we have kind of a lower end GPU, that could actually be the right measurement for the GPU. CPU, I think it would be higher. I would think it'd be higher. I don't know. You know, I'm not ruling it out. But it also could be like on a lower power rail that's tied to it, so it could be shorted to like a 3.3 or something like that, or 1.8. All right, so I guess we could probably do a little bit of voltage injection. I'm not scared of doing voltage injection at this particular moment. One thing I do need to do, though, is get the thermal camera set up, because I just rebooted the computer and it's not turned on. So let me get that reprogrammed. Inject 60 gigavolts injection time. That's, I'd say that's a lot, but we will see. Blown fuse. Now, I really respect the idea of fuses, especially in laptops, if they existed. But are there fuses on these machines? No, there's not. So the only place that they put fuses on Dell laptops or Alienware laptops are going to be near the LCD connector, because people are prone to unplugging and plugging in the LCD when the battery is connected, and that will blow out a fuse. So they'll usually be on the 3.3 on the LCD, and then the 20 volts on the LCD for the backlight. And then there's also on the camera, sometimes there'll be a fuse, and that's pretty much it. That's all they wrote. Fuses cost too much, I guess. That's what I'm trying to figure out. I don't know. I don't know why fuses cost so much, but we will, maybe it's just more complicated to install them onto the machine. I just don't get it. But it's not a fuse. It's not going to be a fuse. It's going to be a short somewhere else, and that's what the MOSFETs are acting as, kind of like a fuse that prevents the machine from turning on whenever there is a short, but then it's able to relieve itself whenever the short's gone. So, yep, didn't know that. The protection, nothing. Yeah, well, fuses also could blow a lot, so maybe they're talking about having more issues when they do that. All right, let's see if we can get this darn thermal camera to turn on. I'm working on it. We're getting closer. I have to boot it back up. All right, planned obsolescence. That's what it's for. Oh, we should pull the RAM. I like that idea, actually. I'm gonna pull the RAM out for science, for safety. Maybe I'll pull the SSD out for data. We're gonna pull this SSD out so we don't mess up anybody's data. Most of the time we're not gonna have an issue with that, but, and then we wanna flick the battery cable. Flick that boy, flick it. All right, now that we have those two pieces removed, let's measure the main power rail again. Still have it, 0.8, whatever it takes. 0.7, 0.8. All right, so we have our thermal camera going, do we? There she blows. All right, so we're under our thermal camera. This is gonna be my P3 Pro. All right, no, P2 Pro. I have it mounted right there, you can see it. I also have my Flare 1 Pro that's mounted there, so I can kind of switch between the two. The P2 is nice because it's kind of a wide angle. The P3 I don't have it right now, but it's has a focus and it's kind of a fixed length there, so I generally don't use it that much. So we're gonna go kind of high here, and then I'm gonna inject some voltage on that one shorted area. Let me get my injection tool set up. Now, because we have 0.7 of an ohm, so it's not 0, but it's also not super high, we could do a little bit higher voltage. We can probably go up to even a volt, and we wouldn't be pulling too much, I don't think. Let me get the camera set up onto this here too. All right, so there's the injection tool. It always turns on, it's at 1.5. All right, so I'm gonna actually do 0.8, that'll work. I always set this based on whatever the resistance I'm measuring. So if you're always wondering like what I'm gonna set it to, it's based on what I'm measuring. So 0.7 is closer to 1 ohm than it is to 0 ohms, and so I'll just kind of go up closer to a volt. The Wi-Fi card, you think it's gonna be the Wi-Fi card? I don't know. All right, here we go. So with 0.8 of a volt, I can hear a little bit of a whistle. It's not a full amp, so I'm going to go up to 1 volt now. There we go. Oh, it's not even pulling 1 amp. Okay, it's barely pulling 1 amp. Well, let's see if we can see what's heating up. I don't know if we're going to be able to see anything on this side. Don't see anything. All right, let me move my hand and flip it over here. Hello, Santa Claus. Hello, Saint Nick. How are you doing? All right, so I'm not seeing anything heat up. Maybe you guys are seeing something, but nope. Trying to just make it come and go. So if we're not seeing anything, it's time to pull the board. That's the problem with doing it on top like this. I know a lot of people are just like, all right, just do your voltage injection. Just get in there and do voltage injection. I'm like, I will, if it was me, I usually would just pull the board. That's what I do first. So we're gonna have to pull this board out. It's probably on the other side. It's probably under the freaking heat sink. So the CPU is probably heating up and we can't tell. Definitely don't want to go above the voltage we're at. So if you were somebody, you might have said, okay, well, I'm not seeing anything at 1 volt. I'm going to go to 1.5 volts. I'm going to go to 2 volts. I'm not seeing anything, you know, and then you end up burning out the CPU and you're like, well, I don't know if the CPU was already blown or if I blew it. It's a capacitor. Who says it's a capacitor? All right, Robbie, there's a crack on here, by the way. I don't know if you mentioned that. There's a crack right here. Maybe it was happened in shipping. It's all messed up. Documented, all right? I documented it. It's been documented. Rogue Gooch. I mean, this is very clean. This thing is, I would say, brand new. So I don't know why it would be broken if it's brand new. If something's brand new, it should work fine. What's the story? The story is it was given to Robbie, which is one of our subscribers here, and as a not working laptop from a friend, and he just wanted to see if we can get it going. Now it just doesn't work. Does anyone know what the CPU is on it? I don't. I think it's probably, you know, I'm trying to think. I do not think it's AMD, but it could be, because it ends in a 5. Yeah, so if it's a 5525, then it probably is AMD, actually. So it might be a Ryzen 9 or 7 or something, if that helps. We're going to know momentarily. I can probably give you the service tag and we can look it up. I think it's PUG803. All right, so you're calling it. You already know what it is. You already know. G-Series AMD. Well, G-Series, not all G-Series are AMD, but they are more likely. And then if it ends in a 5, it's usually an AMD. That's kind of the trick too. So if it ends in a 0, it's usually not an AMD. Usually is Intel. PUG, dog of the CPU. Have you heard from Premise? Oh, is Premise not here tonight? I didn't even notice that. I have not heard from Premise tonight. I know that he had been sick at one point or had to go to the doctor or hospital at one point. I did not hear from him this week. Maybe hit him up on Discord. Okay, so it's a Ryzen 5 66 or Ryzen 7 or Ryzen 9. Those are the three that are usually blessed on this. All right, and the motherboard is out. So like I said, this thing is super clean. I mean, it's almost brand new. And just like all these motherboards I pull out of these machines, they always seem a little cupped. You can see that's a little cupped, but I think it's just the way that it's designed when it goes in there or something. It almost ends up being cupped. But I mean, look at this. Look at these fans. They are immaculate. So this doesn't even seem like it's been in use for very much time, you know. So it does say AMD, so definitely AMD. And then let's see, that's an E series, so that's going to be the extra good graphics. So E, there's a PG and an EG, and the EG, I always just say it's extra good graphics, and the PG I say poor graphics. I don't know. It just means that it has at least a 3060 or 4060 series, probably a 4060 or above. And if it was the poor graphics or a P, then it would be like a 50 or 50 Ti. All right, I'm going to pull the heatsink off because we're going to need to see what's getting hot under here. And if we have liquid metal, if it's AMD, there's no liquid metal. That's generally how that works too. Oh, don't electrocute myself. You know, I've never been well, I take that back. Back in the day, whenever I was working on these like laptops that had inverters for the backlight of LCD screens, they had the fluorescent lamps in them, right? The cold cathode fluorescent lamps, so CCFL. And those, I actually shocked the hole in my hand. Shocked a hole in my hand from that. So, but in general, I don't shock myself or hurt myself. All right, so when we're taking heat sinks off like this, we don't just grab it and lift it. We'll end up bending the pipes themselves, so we always want to kind of rock it. So I'm going to slide it over just a little bit, rock it like that, and then now we can lift it off and it comes right off. And the heatsink is off, and everything, like I said, looks brand new still. So what year is this machine? I think this is a 23 model or 24. Sometimes it'll tell me here. 23 or 22. Does that say 23 or 22? Can't tell. 22. So not super old. And oh, it has an AMD GPU also. I see no LLM. Yeah, so if it's not Intel, these AMDs run cool enough where they don't have to put liquid metal on it. And then it also, I think that's an AMD. No, it's an E3. So E3 would be a 30 series. Yeah, so E3, so that's a 3060, I believe, based on what my brain is telling me at this point. All right, so let's inject voltage on this setup, and I'm just going to use the main power rail that goes to the CPU here. So these are going to be shorted. And we can also just maybe look around to see if one of these look like they're having an issue, but I imagine that we don't have a measurement here that's, oh, uh-oh. Oh, I see the issue. All right, this is a no fix. All right, we're done. We move on. This is a no fix. Feels bad, man. I worked on one of these earlier today. It was actually an XPS. Okay, so let's go over what I just basically determined, but God, I'm not happy. All right, so we have, these are the power stages for the CPU, right? The CPU is going to have, it looks like there's 5 here, but let me see which one's tied together. So these, are they all, I think it's these 4 tied together. Yep, and then this one's on its own. Right, so this one's on its own. So this is going to be our integrated graphics, so our Radeon graphics or something like that. And then, is the microscope camera laggy? Because it looks laggy on my screen. Okay, it's laggy. Hold on, give me a second. I'm going to reboot that camera. I hate when it does that. All right. Oh, Gene, look at how much better. That's like butter. It's like butter. Okay, so I got that fixed. Sorry about that. All right, so basically we have the CPUs running on these 4, and this is the integrated graphics. Now, I was just going to measure over to this coil right here. I just wanted to see, and you see it's measuring 0. This is measuring 0. That's not supposed to measure 0. Now, there's still a chance that we have like one of these MOSFETs are shorted to ground, like on the low side, the high side and low side, but like this particular guy right here, he looks a little suspicious, doesn't he? That guy looks like he's has a hole in it. Is that a hole down here? Is that a hole? Look, here's a solder ball. Yeah, so I think he's the bad guy. How much you want to bet? It's dead, Jim, it's dead. But we're going to try to see if we can relieve the short, and then if we can have it where it's only on the coil, then it means it's in the CPU itself. Now, anyway, I want to measure the main power rail over here. We were measuring 0.8, 0.7, so it's 0.7 here, but if I measure over to the output coil, it's like 0.8. So if I would have measured across this, I wouldn't have noticed the difference. To me, it seems like this is shorted, but I don't know. Doing the bypass method's not going to really do anything, so we're just going to inject voltage. I bet that we're going to have this one get hot. I'm just going to go ahead and mark it because I can see that it needs to be replaced. But all right, you all ready? Let's do it. So we'll inject voltage again, and let me see if I can get your bearings here. So we have those are the coils. These are the MOSFETs right there. Oh, I need a better ground than that. Remove it. Should I remove it first before I inject? I just want to see what's getting hot here. I need to inject in a good spot though. Darn it. There we go. Okay, so it's this guy. So that guy might be short of the ground. Yeah, it is him. And he may actually be short of the ground. Maybe that's what's going on. So maybe there's a partial internal short. So these are set up where they have a high side and low side. So the high side's going to be 20 volts coming in. The low side's going to be going to the ground, and it taps off the center. That goes to the CPU, and it's going to be pulsing these on and off to produce a lower voltage. Now, there's a chance that we have it shorted all the way down to ground and partially shorted on the high side, but then shorted all the way ground on the other side. I don't know. I'm just hoping. That's all I can say. So if I take this off and this is still measured 0, then this board's bad. There's nothing we can do. It means it's internal in that. But these are usually pretty good at like preventing the board from getting ruined when they blow up. But so let's go ahead and remove this guy. You found it. Is it savable? Question mark. We will see. So we're just going to heat this up. Oh, let's see if I can blow the air away from this so I don't have to melt that. Pull it off like a dentist. A dentist. I'm going to turn it so the air blows this way. If we remove it and it still doesn't work, the CPU is not shorted. Correct. So if we pull this off and then this is not shorted, then the CPU should be okay. We just want the resistance on these coils to go back up to normal, which should be in the 2 to 4 ohm range and not less than an ohm or 0. I think it's measuring 0 right now. So we got that off of there. Remove it for science. Take the CPU off for science. That would not be fun. All right, so let's see if the short is gone. The short is gone, so the main power rail short is gone. So that's one step. I want to cool these off a little bit before I start measuring our CPU, but I don't have a lot of hope here, but we will see in a moment. Okay, so what does PUG803 do? Where is PUG803? Is that the one you called earlier? Oh, darn it. I don't know. Where's your fun? Where's your fun at, you guys? All right, so now this is how we're going to test. So if I measure right here and it says 0, then this board's done. That's all we can do. And we're back up to 1 ohm 23. So we are good to go. We are good to go. So what we were measuring when we were measuring a short was this chip was on this side going into this was measuring 0.7 of an ohm to ground, and on this side was measuring 0 to ground. So it had a partial short on this side and then a full internal short to ground on this side. So completely blown. And this is the integrated graphics one. This one's actually fine. That's for the CPU. So this one has only one for integrated graphics, and that was at 8 ohms, or it was at 8 ohms when I was measuring it when the board was cold. And then this one's, you know, starting to kind of relieve its tension. Whenever it's hot, when the board's hot like this, it actually has a lower resistance like that. So let's install a new MOSFET and see if we can resolve the board and see if we can get this thing to fire back up. Let me grab a brand new MOSFET. Brand new. This is an 8694, I believe. Yep, 8694. These are good ones. It's a miracle, I tell you, miracle. Where are they at? MOSFETs. DR MOSFETs. Before we do that, we're going to have a little bit of green drink. Here, boost it up. It's a miracle. Ooh. I should get one of these MOSFETs from Soren's box. But step 1, grab a box. Step 2, put random chips in it. Step 3, hope that it works. All right, so I have new ones right here. Brand new MOSFETs. Yes, from the box. I should get a green drink sponsor. If anyone knows a company that makes a green drink that needs a sponsor, all I will do is drink it and say, this stream was sponsored by Green Drink. So your company may need to be called Green Drink in order for me to sponsor you, but I will do it. Oh, Nate, hi. Nate, hi. Flores, thank you, David. Thank you, David Flores. So, Daryl, sorry. I don't know why I called you David. Daryl, thank you. All right, so this is a brand new chip, so we need to pre-tin it ahead of time before we put it in the actual machine. If this doesn't have enough solder on the chip itself, then it won't stick properly, so we need to get that going. Mountain Dew is a green drink. You know, I haven't had Mountain Dew in probably 25 years, but I can tell you, whew, I used to drink a lot of Mountain Dew back in the day. And now, how green really is Mountain Dew? Is it green? I guess it is technically green. Proper new. All right, so we're going to take these and just put a little bit of solder on my tip, and then we're just going to rub it on here, and all we're doing is just trying to tin the pads here. Get them all nice and ready to go. We don't even need a ton of solder on it, we just need to have it where it will attach to what's on the board already. Brand new from AliExpress. Oh, is it AliExpress brand new? Or I think I got these actually from Mouser or DigiKey. So these are legit, too legit to quit, hey. So these I haven't had any issues with any of these. Where's pin 1 on this guy? So pin 1 right there. But I have had lots of issues with AliExpress chips, so that is going to be my next task, to deal with trying to get correct stuff. Nuclear green waste, that's basically what I'm drinking, right? It's like a vegetable something. It's technically not green, it's green. It's technically green, it's green. Is that what you said? I use 2 green I used to drink 2 liters of Mountain Dew, Diet Mountain Dew. Oh, wow. Diet Mountain Dew. Now, how close is Diet Mountain Dew to regular Mountain Dew? I never know how that fake sugar is going to act. Is it like an aspartame flavor? 2 liter of it, huh? All right, so all I'm doing is kind of set it in place for a second. Then I'm going to add a little bit of flux, and then we'll just tap it after we get it melted here. See if we can get it to tap into place. There we go. And it is installed, I think. Does it look installed? I think it's installed. And it's backwards. Did you guys catch it? Wrong way. You caught it. Yeah, I saw it right at the last second. I was like, there's a dot, there's a dot. So I don't know how I got it turned around backwards, but no harm, no foul. Take it off here. Turn it around. I swear I had it lined up. I just looked at this pin out right here. Do you see something, guys? You guys picking up what I'm setting down? Bro, this, how did this get in my batch? This is a total, oh my God, you're kidding me. You guys catching what I'm setting down here? Okay, look at this. See the dot? See the direction? So we have a dot here on the board here. We have the font this way for all these, right? Now I'm going to flip this over and I want you to look at the bolt pattern. Look at this. So these 2 pads should be here and these should all be over here. We got a big solid trace here and we got individual pads here. It got reverse labeled. Who did that? Do you think MPP did that? What the hell? What the HE double hockey sticks? Well, let me pull one from a stack of a ream that I've already opened a bunch of. That's pretty funny. Is it real or is it fake? Well, today on Is It Real or Is It Fake? Did your chip get printed backwards? Well, there's only one way to find out. Compare it to another chip. Yeah, because sometimes I buy them and then I buy another batch and I mix it in the same bag. So I don't know. What the? So these, oh yeah, look at that. This one must be an alley chip or an old alley chip I had or something. See, the texture looks different. Dude. Well, that's a new one. That's a new one. All right. Well, okay. Well, so if your chip is printed backwards, it's probably fake. Fake, 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 fake. All right, so let's get this one prepared instead. And we'll need to go through all those. That's pretty crazy. All right, so we should clip that video. That can be a public service announcement. That was bad. Was the original one bad, right? I mean, you know, it's funny because I put it on backwards, but I put it on the correct direction because that's how good I am. I was actually looking at the pattern on the back and put it on, and then it showed it was backwards. It probably would have turned on and worked. I guess we could have done it for science, but what's the point of that? What happened to my solder? The original chip was bad. Is that what you're asking? Was the original chip bad? The original chip was definitely bad because it was like shorted to ground. All right, so we'll just pretend this one again, like we were doing before. This one even took solder much easier. Weird. Weird. Original was the correct way. Yeah, so here's the original. Here's the original that I put an X on. Let's see if I can get focused. I'm just going to brighten it up here. Wait. Let there be light. Okay, so original had So there's the MP, there's the writing is that way, and if I flip it over, we have it the correct direction. So the writing is on that side. So this was the original burned out chip. Wow. I can't believe. That is crazy. Science is crazy. All right. See if we can get this back. Are we back on track now? All right, so we found a bad MOSFET here. It was causing a short on this side, causing a 0.7 short on that side. I had low hopes on this being fixed, but now that we have it removed, the CPU seems to be measuring properly. Actually, before I heat it up, now that the board's kind of cooled off, I want to see what the measurement is on the CPU. We are up to, looks like 2.74 on the CPU. So that is proper nice, very good. Must be a Temu chip. I've never ordered from Temu, but I'm sure this is what the chip would look like when we get it from them. All right, so I'm going to hold it just like that. The owner is in chat. Welcome. You made it. Robbie, right? What's your handle there, Robbie? What's his handle? Robbie, we're fixing your laptop right now. All right, so I'm going to heat the board first, then we're going to set the chip down, and then we're going to heat the board again. So we don't want to overheat the chip too much. The cheap. There we go. And we're going to add a little bit of flux on here. Nice, very nice. Okay, the Robster. The Robster. Nice. What a nice name. Okay, the Robster. We're on our way. We're on our way. So, Tyler, thanks for that donation there. So if you missed it, the Robster, we identified we had a short on the main power rail. It actually tied to the CPU and shorted on the high and low side of the CPU's power rails there. And I believe that we have resolved the issue. Harris pre-screened the 9700 and he ordered a new motherboard, all fixed, but 2 RAMs. Oh, that board, Gary, that board was, it smelled up the whole office. If that's the one I'm thinking of, it was completely burned up. Oh my gosh. We had it basically in a tub, and then if you open the tub, it was like the whole, it smelled like someone burnt down an electronics store. That's what it smelled like. So the burn was so bad. Actually, I might go find that board to show it off if you want to see how bad it is. It is horrendous. It does smell like what I would think Black Horse should do if he's going to make a candle that smells like burnt electronics. That's what I think he should do. I don't think I've ever came across a chip printed backwards. Neither have I. This is definitely a first. But you know what? We find all sorts of firsts on this during live streams, don't we? Burn like popcorn to the max. It's worse than burnt popcorn. It's like a burnt electronics store. I love the smell of ozone in the morning. I do love the smell of ozone, even though it kills your brain cells, right? All right, so does that look good? Looks pretty brand new. I melted that plastic a little bit because I didn't take it off of there, but you won't see it once we have it back together. Okay, let's just check to make sure our main power rail is no longer shorted, that we did resolve our main short that we had, which is right here. Yeah, the short is gone! And then our CPU is in the ones, so we're good there. And we'll come back over here to our main power rail. If we get a picture on this, I'm going to be very excited. So main power rail is not shorted, and we don't have it short here, here, no shorts. No short for you. And I'm just going to check our 3 volt, 5 volt, and 1.8 just because we're already here. 5 volt, 3.3, 1.8. All nice together. Okay, so everything looks good. I am prepared to kind of reassemble this and see if we get picture. Now, I will do a proper reassembly when we're done, but I'm just going to throw a little bit of heatsink compound on here and just so we can test, and then we'll do a full new application when we're tomorrow, whenever we reassemble to do our final testing. But just for a quick test, we'll just see if it turns on here. The short is gone. I really don't know why I say it like that, and if it's really annoying to you, then I will really stop it, but God, I do say it a lot. It is a weird voice, and I don't know where that voice came from. You bought a new 64 RAM kit, 600 bones. Gary, you are crazy. You are crazy. $600. You know, I bought RAM for this machine that I'm using right now, and I paid 600 bucks for it, or $500 for it. Yeah, it was 500. And then it didn't work. So, hooray. Just wasn't compatible, so I had to steal my technician Harris's RAM from his house, and we just traded, and it worked. Okay, so we got that together. The voice is part of the experience. All these voices that I do. Yeah, see? We're gonna put this laptop back together, see? And see if it works, see? It's like, it's my announcer voice. New day, new laptop to repair, and what do we have here? Well, we have a G-Series that's all fried. All right, so this is a pain to get all these cables back in, but I'm gonna do it without taking the battery out, of course. You normally have to take the battery out. Let's see if I can get it to line up here. You bought a 32 gig DDR4 for $150, and it didn't pass the MIM test. Oh, I feel like it was like said with a very happy thing, a happy way of saying it, and then it didn't pass the MIM test. I bought it, I was very happy, and then I wasn't happy. The many voices of Crazy Nate. Welcome to Crazy Nate's extravaganza. All right, can we get all this stuff in here? I'm not gonna do the backlight. We're just trying to get a picture I can't believe. That's what I want. I want a picture I can't believe. Wes, tier 2 sub for 3 months on Twitch. Thank you for that. Tier 2, who does that? Wes does. Thank you. Okay, got that in there. I'm gonna put one screw in here just for good measure, because if I don't put one screw in here, it's just gonna fall out and it's gonna start sparking, and I'm gonna be like, why didn't I put one screw in here? All voices are in Nate's head. He's trying to get out. Yeah. What was that movie where the one lady had all the voices? What was it? Sybil or something like that? What was it? It was Sally Fields, and she had like all those multiple personalities. God, that was a crazy. All right, throw some RAM in it. I'm gonna put some RAM in it. All right, RAM's in it. What else? Check. Sybil, that's what it was. Okay. All right, so we have the motherboard installed temporarily. Got one stick of RAM in there. We have most stuff plugged in, and let me pull the power meter up. And the Wi-Fi card. We don't need a Wi-Fi card. Where we're going, we don't need a Wi-Fi card. I paid $850 for 16 megabytes of RAM in 1993. All right, so I just opened the lid. We are pulling 0.03, 0.04, and 0.2 now. Okay, so it's jumping up to 0.2. That's probably pre-charged current for the battery, I bet. It should jump up to about, I don't know, 2 amps, so 38 watts. So it's charging the battery now. The machine's not on at this point. It's only charging the battery. Now, I could tell it was charging the battery first is because it starts at kind of a low amperage. Then it jumps to 0.2, 0.3, somewhere around there, or 0.23. And then it will jump up to an actual charge current. So that's called a pre-charge current. It's like kind of negotiating and kind of checking the, or talking to the BMS, battery management system on the battery. All right, so now, what's going on here? We're gonna press these buttons. Yeah, what happened to the keys? I don't know. I opened the lid and all these keys were just kind of dangling around in there. But I just pressed the power button and nothing happened. Hello? Hello? All right, nothing happened. We don't have anything happening. Let me check our power button, make sure we have it plugged in. We do have the power button plugged in. There's a power button on the board. I'm just gonna press that to see if we can just bypass it. And we got nothing. By golly, I'm confused. I did not see that coming, actually. So normally, in this circumstance, if we have the battery charging after we change out the MOSFETs like that, which means we have the main power rail up and running. I'm completely surprised that when we press the power button, nothing happens. Normally, you'll have at least something. So let's go over here. I want to measure the voltage on the power button and see if we have our 3.3. I don't know. We have our 3.2, and so I'm going to press it, and it goes down to 0. And the current is not changing. It's at 1.9 amps, which is charging the battery, so I'm fine with that. It usually will stop charging whenever it tries to turn on. But why would we have an EC chip issue? I mean, it does point to some sort of EC chip issue, but why? Why would we have an EC chip issue if we had a short on a MOSFET on the CPU? It's not common. That's not how that works. No compute. No compute. All right, let me pull this back out here. Let me think. It's charging the battery, main power rail's there. Let me pull this back out. I want to measure the 3 volt, 5 volt, and 1.8 and make sure we have all 3 of those. We didn't have shorts on them, but I guess we could have a corrupted AC, I guess. I just don't know why. That's not normal, people. Not normie. You gotta flick it before you fix it. We gotta do a visual inspection, I guess. I guess that might be smart. I'll get these unplugged again. So I'm gonna try to turn this on the bench. That's what I'm gonna do. So, okay, the DC jack I need is this one. Let me grab that DC jack. My bag of jacks. Get a bag. You have a bag of jacks at home? If you have a bag of jacks, you'll have every jack you need. You can find it. And there's my jack I need right there. Oh, is the fan connector in the wrong way? Why you say that to me? Better not be. No, those are good. Yeah, they're supposed to go with the, on this type, they're like these flat connectors, and then the metal goes up on these. Unless it goes the other way? No, they don't go the other way. You're tricking me. Trying to make me second guess myself. Toll, t-shirt idea. Is the short gone? And the short is gone. That's a good one. That will work. And we have a picture I can't believe. That's another one too. I got so many t-shirt ideas. Now, if only people would buy t-shirts, then it would be worth it to actually make them. That's the way to do it. All right, so I have the board on. I'm going to boot it up on the desk. Is kind of what my idea is. So now we have nothing plugged into it. I want to plug in the power and see what it does. 0.02, and now we're going to press the power button. I'm going to zoom back in on that. Here's our power button. We're going to do visual inspection. Yes, I promise. I promise. I just wanted to see if it does something different with nothing attached. That's doing nothing. Dead as a doornail. All right, let's look at these 3 volt, 5 volt, and 1.8. So all 3 of those guys. I'm going to plug in the power. We're just going to measure the voltage on these. The shirt is gone. Maybe I should make t-shirts called "Buy This T-Shirt." All right, so I have the charger plugged in, and we have 5.2 volts. Oh, do I have a good ground? Our 3.3 is missing, guys. 1.8 is there, but our 3.3 is missing. So there's our problem. 3.3 is missing. You see how it's kind of moving around too? I mean, it's at 0, but it's kind of jumping around. Now, I don't know what's causing it not to be there, but without this, wait, 5's not there now. Where'd our 5 go? Okay, there's our 5. Our 3.3. Our 1.8. I think I had a bad ground. I think I had a bad ground. Yeah, I know, we had 3.3 on our power button. Here's another power button here. They put them on both sides of the board, which is very nice of them on this model. So 3.3 right there, still has it. Press it. It's not moving. I don't know. I guess we do have some sort of EC chip issue. I doubt we have a BIOS issue because the BIOS chip shouldn't have any power at this point, but we can check that and make sure if the BIOS chip is powered on, then we could have a BIOS issue, but if it's not powered on, then, oh, it is powered on. It's powered on, I tell you. Does this machine turn on automatically when you plug it in? Yep. So I unplugged the charger, plugged it back in, and so yeah, we got 1.8 on here. Huh. So who called it? Ale called it? I didn't call it. I don't know. Ale, did you really call it? CMOS reset, here we go. BIOS, okay. You did say BIOS. I just don't see why it would be a BIOS, but yeah, doing a BIOS would be fine. But the EC chip would be more on par because it would make the board turn on. Because it's not even like it's trying to load this yet, even though it is on. I said it first. It's a weird one. Why? Why would we have that? Did it like self-destruct? Did it, that shorted out, sent the CPU into protection. We don't have any shorts anymore, right? All those shorts are cleared out. So we don't have a short to deal with. So we can't blame a short. We need to do physical inspection, I guess, other places. That's the main power rail, that's fine. Let's look over here. No, it's the Wi-Fi card. We took the Wi-Fi card out, so I don't think it's the Wi-Fi card. All right, guys, do you think we really have firmware issues at this point? Usually powered up the FET and then it blew up during an update. Because all four of those MOSFETs on the CPU work together. You know, I mean, they're out of phase, but they're phases to power the CPU. So, okay, well, where do we start then? We're going to program the EC chip first, or we're going to program the BIOS chip? The BIOS chip's going to be easier, the fastest thing to do. I would say if it's a bad CPU, the machine, sorry, it's like a bug here. I would say that the machine would try to turn on it even if it has a bad CPU first, but I'm not seeing that. BIOS is the easiest though. Flash the BIOS, flash the EC chip. If no 3.3, then the EC won't fix it. Well, we do have the 3.3. I had a bad ground. So we do have 5, 3.3, 1.8. So those are all there. We got 3.3 on the power button, so that's there. We have our main power rail. It does charge the battery. So EC chip wouldn't allow it to charge the battery technically if the EC chip programming was messed up. So, but the BIOS chip is powered on, so therefore if it had a good programming, then it should just load the BIOS. So I'm gonna go BIOS. That's where we're going. Where we're going, we just need to program the BIOS. Okay, so this is a Winbon 25Q256JW, so it's a 1.8 chip. And this board, what's the board model number on this one? It's a 5525. Let me see if I have a BIOS already for this 5525. Otherwise, we're going to be making one. You guys love making BIOSes, don't you? BIOSes? Beyonce's? All right, so I have no 5525 BIOS. Oh, you don't have to make them on these. That's right, they're AMD. So yeah, we just extract it and install it. Yeah, I should have one of those. And we don't have that. Okay. All right. It's a 1.8. Okay, so let's go ahead and extract the contents on this just to back it up, just in case, and then we'll move on. Wait, it's not a BIOS, Jum. It's not a BIOS. Beyonce's. Whenever it's more than one BIOS, I say Beyonce's. Like more than one, you know? It's just hard to say BIOSes. That's all I'm saying. Where are all the aliens gone? Windows Update bricked it? I don't know. It doesn't make sense to me. So, yeah, but AMD boards always use JW chips, which are 1.8. And then if it's an Intel, then it will use a 3.3 volt chip, for the most part at least. It's a BIOS, Marty. It's a BIOS. Great Scott! But the good thing about these AMD BIOSes, you don't need to build a BIOS or a special BIOS. You basically just go at Dell site, download their BIOS update, and then use an extractor tool to separate it out of there, and it will actually have a region that you just flash right onto it. You don't have to do anything to it. There's no ME region. You don't need to clean the ME because it's AMD. All right, so it's a Q256JV, and then I'm just going to use my Pogo pen reader here. You can see how you press it in like this. I'm just going to line these up. All right, let's see. And we'll see if we can detect it. And JV, or JW, I mean. Yeah, there you go. So we'll read that just to back it up. Probably can't read it at this faster speed. I'm going to have to slow it down. I had a problem. I had to do one of these earlier today, the same model basically. I think it was a 5510, or 11. And I kept having issues with reading it. Raph, are you here? Black Horse, hey, how's it going? Hey, you know, just so you know, so Raph, Black Horse Repairs is there. He's the one who makes the flux that we use here. So the Omega 559. And so I've been promoting, he makes this candle now that smells like the Black Horse, the flux, the Omega. And the thing about it is, if you are somebody who doesn't need flux, but you want to know what this smells like, that's why he makes the candle. And it smells perfectly good. But I have an idea for you, and I don't know if someone's told you yet, but I think you should make candles that are all based on what's going on in a stream, and it's for smell-o-vision, okay? So if I have something that's burned up, like a burned up board, you need to have a candle that smells like burnt electronics. And then somebody else suggested a bacon one too, so you can have a bacon candle. But we should have different candles for like a cat pee candle, and a candle that smells like all sorts of different stuff. Because then we can light the different candle that goes along with it. What do you think about that one there, Raph? I think it's going to be a phenomenon. A phenomenon. All right, so I read that the contents of that BIOS. It does have stuff in there. You can see. I'm just going to save this off as a backup. The magic smoke candle. See, that's what I'm saying. You need a magic smoke candle. Candle with bed bugs. See, everyone's on board for this. I don't think there's anybody denying it. That they want it. They love it. They love the idea. G15, 5525. So what I do is I back up the original BIOS and I put it in the folder, and I just kind of name it based on what the repair ticket is and what the model is, and then that way we can always go back to it. Now the thing about these types of machines, they are AMD like I said, so we can actually just load a BIOS straight from Dell's website on here, but we're going to have to download one first. Let me see if I can get that pulled up. All right, so on Dell's side, I'm just going to type in 5525 here, and then we can choose the G series. That will take us right to it. Black Horse Repair. So he put a link to it there. I don't know how many he made, but every single time I have a stream and I tell people to go buy it, they buy it out in like 2 seconds. So you need to stock a lot more than, I don't know. I know they're pre-orders, I think, right? But so on here, we're going to choose BIOS, and then they just redesigned their site. So when I press this, you have to scroll all the way down, and then we're going to download this RCV file. That's what's the most important thing about this. See how this is a 50 meg file, and this is a 33 meg file. This is going to be laid out the way we need it in the recovery of RCV, which is a recovery file. And then I always like to name it correctly, so I'm just going to take this file name here and copy that, so whenever I come to it, because it's going to download it as a BIOS image, and I'm going to paste that in there. And then I'm going to cut this out of here, and I'm going to move it into my BIOS downloads folder that I use, and these are all the BIOSes I have. And I have a new tool I made, guys. You guys want to see the new tool I made? Okay, all right, I'll show it to you. So this tool, what annoys me about these BIOS extractors, there's a bunch of BIOS extractors, okay? So we have all these, and Dell will use this one, this one, this one, and this one. So they'll use all 4 of those, but I don't know which one's what. And so I always have to kind of go through each one. So I made a tool, and I don't have it released yet, so you don't, but it's called Dell BIOS Extractor, Firmware Extractor. So what it does essentially is it goes and uses those 4 files and then just runs a loop and goes through each one until it extracts it right. And then so I can just actually select the one we just put in here, which is this G5525. I select that. Oops. I select it and I say extract. Boom, and it extracted. And you can see the log, what it did. And then that's it. And so now if we go back to our folder, it automatically extracted it right here. And there you go. So I don't have to like go through, because I used to have to pull up like a Python command line and then keep pasting it in there and editing it and blah, blah, blah. I still don't have it running perfectly, like, because it's a Python script, but what happens, let's see where I have it saved at. I can't remember. Well, anyway, it's a Python script, but I have to, there's a bunch of resources to go with it, so I don't have it packaged very well, so it's like path or, I don't know, whatever. There's an issue. I'll figure it out so I can share it, but interesting idea, right? Okay, so here's our new file. See how it actually extracted a BIOS region and then the embedded controller. So if we do need to flash the embedded controller, we have it right here, although it's 500 kilobytes, which is not the right size. It should be like 128 kilobytes, so it's only a section of that we need. And then this is going to be our BIOS region, so that's what we're going to select. Very cool. But Led, I could send it over to you if you want to try it out, just to play around with it, but there's not. It's very simple. I think it's similar to what you have inside of one of yours, that new tool that y'all have. All right, so I'm going to select that. So I'm loading the new BIOS into the buffer. And so this is going to be a fresh and so clean BIOS from Dell's site. And we'll just flash that right back onto this chip here. When it comes to flashing, what observing the most, when the board will power up the caps lock display. Whenever I'm flashing a BIOS, like this right here is kind of the least likely scenario where I would flash a BIOS, but because all the power rails are up, that's the formula. So if you're going through and you see all the power rails working, 3 volt, 5 volt, 1.8, all those types of things, and the BIOS chip is on, then that will tell you to flash it. You could also have it where it kind of starts trying to turn on and then reboots, starts trying to turn on and then reboots. You have those types of like kind of boot loops in a way where it's like getting to a certain stage and then it turns off. Sorry, I can't see. I'm trying to get this lined up on here, this clip. All right, let's see if that works. Come on, you can do it. If I can get lined up perfectly. All right, got it. All right, so this is where you guys don't want to make me laugh. Netrunner, thanks for the Prime Twitch sub. 3 months. Add power to the board, Nate. Oh, does this one, do these want to have power on the board, Led? I've never powered on a board when I'm programming the chips. Yeah, I don't know if the 1.8s need them, but we usually, like earlier today, I got it to read, and then I tried to flash it, and I couldn't flash it, so I had to pull it off to program it. So, I don't know. To do a verify. Oh, to do a verify. Interesting. Looks like it's working. Well, we'll see. It may error out. Yeah, the programmer definitely supplies power, but sometimes it doesn't have enough power, and so it will actually dip in voltage. You can actually kind of see over here in the corner. See, it says 4.93 volts. Now, and I'm running through a hub, so that's a powered hub, so hopefully that's helping out. Black Horse's big boss is in the house. The biggest of the bosses of all the bosses. The biggest of all the bosses. Yep, sometimes missing power. Add power, power off for 10 seconds, then retry. So then that just like fills up some capacitors or something like that. The 56 programmer supplies power. This is my 48. I should get a 56 and a 76 just to try them out. I voted for plural form of BIOSes as BCs. BCs, yeah. Although, but I like Beyoncé's. Beyoncé's. I think I might have to flash the EC on this one to get it working again. Well, we have the EC file if we need it. My hand's starting to hurt, but I can't move at all or else we're going to mess up and have to start over. So, oh my gosh, it's hurting. La France. I'm going to France next week. I'm going to be off. I'm going to be gone from the 1st to like the 7th or 8th. So I don't know what days that encompasses, but no streams coming up. So we'll see. Ooh, that hurt. I got the claw. My hand is like a claw. Okay. Okay, so we are... Hopefully this is going to work. Otherwise, we wasted our time. All right, I'm going to just do it on the bench because it's more better. All right, we're going to plug it in, see if it does anything different. 0.02, that's what it was doing before. And we do have a power button right here I can press. Hey, it's powering on now. Okay, so now we have power. It started actually pulling some current. Let's put the thing back in here and see what it's doing now. I'm deaf, so I'm reading subtitles when you say BC. It's wrong, Beyonce. Are you really? And you have auto subtitles working? I've been wanting to come up with some sort of way of doing subtitles on the fly. I'll make sure to pronunciate or enunciate better. We have power. I'm wondering if all my voices mess up any subtitle transcribing. All my Arnold Schwarzenegger. We have power. Looks pretty promising. Yeah, I think we should be good now. Now, the question is, why did we have it blow out? Do you think the 1.8 volt power line got a surge in it when the high side and the low side, or the MOSFET shorted straight to ground? Not done now. Nate fixed another laptop. Well, I haven't seen picture yet, so we can't say we fixed it, but it looks pretty promising. Careful. Is Robbie here still? The Robster? So this is Robbie's laptop. He should be in chat still. The old Robster. Fragile file system. What does that mean? I need to design a pogo pin holder for Nate. I actually been thinking about this. I have the sauces kind of brewing in my head for a 3D printed holder where it's kind of like more surface area, and then I can just kind of hold it down like this. I don't know. Or even just some sort of bracket that kind of holds it. But the thing is like with those pogo pin things, you have to kind of like lean it off to the side this way or that way, or twist it a little bit sometimes. So what's the airspeed that you use in your heat gun? My components fly away with 80 and 90%. I use 60% most of the time, and then I have a 40% setting. Earlier today, I was working at 30%. So it's whatever it takes, you know? 220, 221. I'm going to put their SSD in here just because then we can see it boot straight up. Okay. Windows gets corrupted very easily. Hopefully when you go to France, the heat wave will have passed. Yes, because the places we're staying does not have air conditioning. So yes, I would hope so too. Eiffel Tower doesn't melt. The Eiffel Tower. Tower de Eiffel. Yeah, it's basically it was a heat wave where it was 105, 106 in France, and they have no air conditioning there, or a lot of places don't. So it's pretty rough, you know. Discord link, you just say !Discord, and there you go. Thank you there, Jack. All right, so I just opened the lid. The machine automatically started turning on. I have a light here. I don't have a keyboard backlight because I didn't plug in the keyboard backlight, so don't worry about that. But we are pulling some current. It is flatlining though. Give it a second. Let's see if we can get that to move around. The battery is plugged in, so it is doing some charging. But yep, that's what we're looking for. We want it to move around, so it is going through another boot stage. And so I guess the EC chip was working, that's why it's charging the battery, but it was the BIOS chip that had some bad programming, and it was powering on the BIOS chip. So remember when we were kind of going through our stages or checks of trying to figure out, hey, you know, what's on this and what possible problems could we have? And so we had the 3 volt, the 5 volt, and the 1.8 voltage rails were all present, but we also had the BIOS chip was powered on. We had power on the power button. So that's why we went straight to the BIOS chip after that, because it was like the BIOS chip was powered on, but it wasn't like loading the firmware. Now, we are going through some sort of CMOS reset. You can see it still moving around. As long as it's moving around, I'm happy. But if we start seeing some sort of repeating where it's using the same cycle over and over again, then that's no bueno. That's going to be an issue, and that means no, it's not getting anywhere. But it does look good. Yes, I like that. That was a good one. Oh, look at that one. Look at those little drops. Yeah, so all of that is what we're looking for. We'll see how it goes down, then up, down and up, down and up. And then flatlining is when it's charging the battery or it's kind of doing this one stage. And this is DDR5, so it will be doing some RAM training where it's trying to get the timing of the RAM proper. Hey Nathan, hope you had a great Father's Day, brother. Yeah, thank you there, AnCal. Thank you, thank you. I sure did. Relaxing. Definitely relaxing. And we have a picture I can't believe! I saved another laptop! So we were able to actually resolve the issue. Now this was a multi-pronged type of fault on this machine, right? So we did have a short on the main power rail, and it was shorted through a MOSFET on the CPU. One side was only 0.7 ohms, so it was shorting the main power rail with a 0.7 ohm to ground. But then on the actual CPU itself was shorting it straight to ground, so it appeared like the CPU was completely shot, but we do have a picture here. And then the BIOS chip ended up being corrupted, so I don't know what caused that, but we were able to reprogram the BIOS. And now let's see if it actually boots to Windows. And we are getting a booting to Windows. Windows 10 Classic. This is a classy machine here. So if we do get picture here, and there we go. And there's Robbie's login. And Robbie, I'm happy to report I was able to save your laptop. And I'd love to know your thoughts on this one. And thanks for watching. I saved another laptop. I saved this laptop. Anyway, that was awesome. So now, Robbie, I don't know what you want to do about these keys. I don't know what the story is, because whenever I opened this up, the keys were falling off here. All these keys. So I don't know if that's how it was when you sent it in. Or the back cover was also had a little crack going on here. So I don't know if this happened in shipping. There's a crack on this corner. And then this is dented. And then I also can see that we have a dent on this heatsink here. So this might have happened in shipping, the Robster. But we can talk about this tomorrow, kind of go through stuff. And so what I'm going to end up doing is I'll have this thing tear back down, and then we'll put in a new thermal paste. We'll probably put PTM 7950 on it, so it'll be nice and cool, and so you don't have to worry about it. But definitely an interesting one, right? We didn't think that that was going to happen, right? And then we also almost got a MOSFET installed that had a backwards print on it. So pretty nice. Northwest Repairs here. Tony. What's up there, Tony? Northwest Repair and Black Horse. Nate is famous. Thanks, guys, for coming in, just popping on by. Well, we already fixed the first laptop. Let's go through another one after this. What are you guys up to? Hopefully everyone had a good weekend with Father's Day too. All those fathers out there. Let me clean this off. Before we go to the next one, we always need to clean up. And I have a fly that keeps flying around me. Nate is the GOAT. The GOAT. Oh, man. Okay. I'm going to put this guy away. Almost got it clean. So what's the next one? It was the M15R7. Oh, look, someone already changed the title. You guys are just on it. So the next laptop on the chopping block, all of them tonight are going to be no power. So they're going to be no signs of life. It doesn't power on. So we're going to be looking at stuff like power rail shorts or firmware issues most of the time. This is going to be the kind of the theme in general for those. And the next one, oh, cool. Lined up perfectly. So this is also a Ryzen AMD machine. Oh, and they did include a sheet that had a lot of words on it. So, you know how much I love my words. Make sure it doesn't have anything in here. Oh, interesting. So we have this actually wrong. Huh. All right, so here's, y'all can peruse that while I'm getting this ready. There's so many words, so many words. So a little history about this Alienware M50, well, it says 15R3. It's actually an M, and then I thought it was a R7, but it's actually, if I pull it out, what is it? This is a R7. Oh, this is an R7. So they think it's an R3, but then think it was an R7. It is an R7. So keep your title, that's fine. And let's see. So the son's gaming laptop before it was upgraded to a larger system. Clear case with liquid cooling. Awesome. Nice. Installed Linux alongside Windows for several months and had problems with security and BitLocker. Oh gosh, BitLocker. We hate BitLocker, right? Overnight, the thing died on the screensaver, probably the power management chip of some kind. Took a look at it as a retired gas company employee, could fix most things. So, okay. Looks like the Wi-Fi card. So we need to fix the Wi-Fi card antennas. It looks like they have some issues with that too. All right, so no power. It's shut off randomly. And we don't know what's wrong with it, right? So that's what we're going to go with. So let's get our intro on. The screensaver. The savory screensaver. All right, new day and another laptop that needs to be saved, and this time we have an Alienware M15R7. Now this is the Ryzen edition. Now this customer said that this laptop, it was their son's old laptop that replaced their desktop, and he's been using it for several months, running Linux and things like that, and then one day it died sitting there on the screensaver. So I've been taking a look at this shit. Let's take a look together and see if we can get this figured out. God, that was horrible. Okay, that was horrible. Again, didn't know what I was going to say. Kind of went straight into it. But dual boot, I do respect dual boot. Now, if you like dual boot, 2 drives are the way to go. I'll have 2 separate drives, 2 separate installs, and just F12 it or whatever your boot menu and just select the right drive. Do not do a grub dual boot. You're just going to have God, take 2. Yeah, some people think it was horrible. Take 2. All right, so I'm not going to do it again. I already feel like a fool doing it in the first place. I know that you guys like me doing those intros, but all right, first thing I want to do is see if this thing turns on. I'm going to press the power button. We're getting no power at all. Not a surprise. Not a surprise at all. Let me reset the power meter and let's plug in the power and just see how much current we are getting here. So we definitely want to see a spike of current of some sort. Oh, what a surprise. It's the exact same symptom the other one had. Look at this. It's almost on par exactly. All right, so we plugged it in. We're getting 0, 0, getting pulled from it, but it is kind of spiking up to something. I'm going to open the lid, press the power button. Nothing's happening. Are we working on the same laptop all over again? How much you want to bet it's going to be the same MOSFET in the same position on the same CPU? This is a Ryzen chip also. So the odds that we have a short on the main power rail is pretty high. We've already went through this with the first laptop, but maybe we can install the other one. The other one that's backwards here. I rejected your reality and substitute my own. Wes. Oh gosh, Wes. My wife says, hey, Jeff Goldblum, you know, people say that I look like Tom Brady and I sound like Jeff Goldblum, and it's because Jeff Goldblum stammers. That's what it is. He says he cannot spit out his words. He's just kind of like going back and forth. I was trying to figure out like if I could actually say something like Jeff Goldblum. And the thing is that he doesn't really say things as like really good quotes. He just kind of stammers when he talks. That's what it is. And then he kind of flows with his speaking. So, well, hello, wifey. Hello, wifey. All right, so we got no power here. The lid's not doing anything. It's kind of the same MO as the machine that we worked on. So let's open it up and take a look inside. We need a new screw bin. Jeff is actually very authentic. I know, that's what I like about him too. He doesn't really care. He's just kind of like going with the flow. You are entering the hall of violence. Is that one of his sayings? I guess I don't know. I tried to look up a bunch of his quotes. All right, and the bottom is off. Do I smell something? I don't smell anything, but the antennae are definitely having some issues here. Wife says, must go faster. Must go faster. You see how he kind of holds that? Must go faster. All right, so quick look around. We have the main battery. This is an OEM. It does have the serial number here. The font looks like a normal font here. It does have 2 sticks of DDR5 and clean fans. Almost the same setup as the last board. Now, this machine is, I think, a year or 2 older than the other one, but very similar layout. Does have 2 NVMe slots, 2 sticks of RAM here. I'm going to actually pull out the SSDs while I'm thinking about it. Just be you, Nathan. Just be me. Oh, I will, Darren. I will. Yeah, we have the battery unplugged. We're going to flick it before we fix it. That's what we have to do. This is going to be an AMD, just like the other ones, or a Ryzen. And we got something weird going on right there. We're going to take a look in a second. But I'm going to pull these drives out and I'm going to mark them, because if they are a dual boot system, there's only one drive in here, so we don't have to mark it. But let's look at this. Whatever this suspicious stuff going on over here is. What is that? Super glue? I do declare some super glue or something. It's hot glue. It's hot glue. It's hot glue. It's hot glue. We literally have hot glue here, guys. We do have the hot glue. You know how much I love hot glue. Or maybe that's rubber cement. Okay, maybe it's rubber cement. Okay, I do take that back. But we do have some sort of glue here. And I don't know why it's underneath here, but because the way this is set up is we have this like kind of plate. You can move this over and put it over here, and then it'll take a 2230 size NVMe, or we put it here for a 2280. So I don't see an issue there. And then he was saying something about the Wi-Fi antennas being busted. That looks okay. Looks okay. Maybe there's hard to pop on. That's all. Should I taste it to see what type of glue it is? What type of glue are you? All right. So we're going to do our same test that we did before. I'm not even going to plug it in. I'm just going to use our voltmeter, or I mean our continuity test, and try to figure out exactly if there's a short on the input here. So we, what people? Okay. I believe that someone must have been testing here with a big giant device, a big voltmeter. I bet someone was just measuring here with a big voltmeter. This is going to be positive and this is going to be negative. So if you put it right here in the middle, then it will short together. I think that's probably what happened. So remember, we're going to have these bonded together. All these pins are bonded, and these are all going to be the positives, and then all these are going to be the grounds. You don't want to measure in the middle on these connectors. You want to measure more towards one side or more towards the other. That's the same with the battery. If you're going to measure on the battery connector, same thing. We have these 3 pins on the end, or these 3 pins on the end are going to be your voltages. Do not measure in the middle, people, okay? All right, public service. But this is not going to cause the machine not to turn on, so I'm not concerned about it. Not an issue. All right, so we are in continuity mode again, and we're just going to measure to see if we do have a short coming off the DC jack itself, which we don't. Going through these inductors, we don't. And then it's going to go through a pair of MOSFETs here. We check here, no short, and it looks like there has been some measuring going on here. I suspect we have a short right here, which is the same short we had before, and we do. Hey, what's our measurement, people? Look at the resistance. 0.1. 0.1. Okay, so that's almost zero, and on based on my probes, it's basically zero. I would, you know, my probes may get a little bit lower than that, but I'm going to say that's a 0 ohm short. And so when we have a 0 ohm short, we could have a shorted capacitor, which would be called a easy pizza or easy burrito, as we like to say it. So we could inject voltage right now, which probably would be okay, and we would do it under the thermal camera and see if we can get some of the heat up. Let me get a drink. What resistance is your leads? My leads are, in general, right around 0.1 to 0.9, 0.09. So if I measure right across this, look at that. It's saying it's 0.3. Hold on, let me get a good bite. I got to scratch the ends of these things. There you go, 0.07. Right around there. I put some new tips on here the other day, and they seem to be okay, but sometimes they oxidize pretty quick from you messing around with it too much. No way, zero them. Now I can zero them in rel, but so here, you know, I sit here, I know people want me to put it in rel 0. I don't need to know what the resistance is. I just need to know that it's lower or higher than what the resistance is of like the GPU, right? So if we're just trying to find clues, I don't need exact. We're doing horseshoes here. This is horseshoes, I'm telling you. So if we measure right here, the difference between me going to rel here, which I'll put it in rel for you. So here we'll zero that, and let me press rel. It won't let me do it. I have to do it in resistance. Hold on. Okay, there we go. I reled it. So that means that it's going to say that it's 0. It's going to minus off whatever I minus off in my head normally. So now if I measure here, Now it's saying 0.03, 0.04. So it's still not 0, but I knew that in my head. It was already there. I already had it. The math was there. I was mathing it. I was relling it in my head. How's that another way of saying it? All right, so we're going to inject some voltage right here. We're going to monitor under the thermal camera and see if it will show up there. Nate, you're using a Fluke? No. I'm using a cheap machine. This is a UNI-T. The reason why I use this is because it has the PC input, so I can do it on the computer. So I don't need a big fancy whatever. Just like Northwest, right? Tony, Northwest Repair, he uses that little blue guy. It doesn't. They're like 20 bucks. You don't need accuracy. This is not rocket science what we're dealing with here. We don't need it to be absolutely precise, flawless, right? We don't need that. It's close enough. Close enough. All right, so let's inject some voltage here and move on. Let's get this dealt with. It's too accurate. Yeah, if we were so accurate, then we'd actually have to know what we were doing. Because I don't really know what I'm doing, I'm just kind of making this up as I go along. It's better to not be perfect. Ha 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 ha. All right, so we're gonna inject voltage right here. Whoa. Did you see what I just did? You didn't. I did. Here, hold on. Let's put this back over here so you guys can see it. Close enough for voltage injection. All right, let's get this. So it's almost 0, so we just need half a volt or so. We don't need very much when we're injecting onto a near 0 ohm short. And so even at that, we got 5 amps, 6 amps here. And this is getting hot here, which is, I think, a current sensor resistor. Where's that at? Right here. I think it's this current sensor resistor right here. So now I'm going to inject on the current sensor resistor instead, so we'll just bypass that, and I'm going to make this go down. We don't need 8 amps going through there. There we go. Do you see anything yet? All I hear is beeping. The probe lit up next to it. So that's the thing. It's like, I even took apart this thing so it would, and put some tape over the speaker so it would not be as loud. I can't see it. So if you can't see it, we need to pull it apart because I bet it's on the CPU or GPU. How much you want to bet? So let's pull the board out. That's why it's easier just to pull this thing out. So it's going to be on the other side of the board, unfortunately. Although we did have the RAM still in here, but it's not going to be connected to the RAM. I doubt it. Let's check. Oh, look, now my meter's not connected anymore to the computer. Great, because I moved it. There we go. All right, let's check it again. All right, 0.2. What we got? What we got? If you took it apart, why did you put a 30 ohm resistor on the speaker? Did he say that? Did someone say that? 30 ohm resistor on the speaker. Oh, if I took it apart, why don't I? Oh, I got you. That's a good point. A 30 ohm resistor would do it, huh? What I did is I just took the speaker, because the speaker's soldered on there. It's like this little, it's one of those like beads or whatever, the little circle guys. And I just put a big piece of tape in the hole and then taped over it, because usually that will bring down the decibels enough. And it did bring it down, but it's still loud. So loud. Still hoping it's a cap. It's on the other side. I'm hoping it's a cap too, but I feel like I would have seen, with 8 amps going through there, I would have seen something light up. A piezoelectric speaker. No flames? That's not good. How you feeling? Thank you there, Scruff. All right, so we're just going to pull the board out, and that way we can get to the other side. This is going to be an AMD system. This is going to be a similar board to what we had before. So the odds that we have a blown something on the CPU is pretty high, even though it is a 0 ohm, but it could be 0 ohm resistance because it's shorted on the low side again, or the high-low side, just like the other one was kind of shorted. Use a dummy load as the speaker meters. Okay, and that's the idea, right? Because most of those, I don't even know what ohms those speakers would be, the piezoelectric speakers. It's loud with tape. I don't want to hear it raw. Oh, it's so loud without the tape, I can tell you that. What will Soren say? Hello, say hello to my little friend. That's right, and he just like rips it off the board, right? He just like, that'd be crazy if Soren jumps in here too. We already have Black Horse in Northwest here. Now we need North Ridge. Oh, if we had NanoFix jump in, we need everybody here. The whole brain trust. Drill it. A voltage divider. I've tried a voltage divider on a speaker. It doesn't work as well, but I guess that could work because that would be bringing down the voltage, though, right? What am I missing? There's something still attached here. Hello. What is going on here? This is weird. I don't get it. Top left. Yeah, this isn't attached. This board's barely attached. But it's like there's a cable under here or something. No, it's just sticky tape. Oh, it was the glue. Little do you know what the glue does. Yeah, so it was that glue that was actually holding it in. So maybe he was gluing the board in. And then this wasn't actually screwed in all the way. It had, this is a daughter board, and it looks like the screws were forgot to get put back in. So you're supposed to screw it from this side, but I think they were screwed in from the other side, which didn't work. That's hindsight. Haha, hot glue strikes again. It's the stream where we all hang out. That's right. Where we all hang out. You're glued to the community. I am the glue to the community. I guess. I don't know. I'm just making it up as I go along. I have no idea. All right, so heatsink's gonna have to come off in order for us to inject some voltage again, just like we did before. Now test. I bet we're gonna see it on the same one. Hot Stuff is an 80s movie. Who was in Hot Stuff? Is it an all-star cast of Hot Stuff? Of the community. Oh, of the community. We got to fix that. You got to make sure you say of the community. Oh, 924 viewers. Thumbs up, bros. Broskies. Just got here. What'd you miss? Well, we've already fixed one computer, and it was a AMD version of the G series, which is basically the same board that we have here. And this is an M15R7 that has a similar issue, and I'm almost guessing it's going to have the same issue as the other one. So we do have it off here. This one looks like some sort of 20 series card again, E6. So this is going to be like it's like a 3070, I think. It might be a 3070 Ti even. And then we do have a Ryzen 7, I think, CPU. Ryzen 9. This is the one that usually fails, the Ryzen 9 6900HX. And let's see if this guy's failed. This is the one that failed on the other board. So that MOSFET looks okay, that one looks okay, that one looks okay. So I'm not convinced that it is a MOSFET on the CPU, but we're going to test. So we're going to basically check from this power rail. This is the main power rail to ground. So if we check here, we had a short, right? 3 ohms. What? How do we have a 3 ohm short now? The ground. What? Look at 3 again. 3. 3 might be a little bit funny. Looks okay. But how did it go up to 3? I know we were at 0 before, right? 3 ohms to ground. Okay, so now I'm just going to keep my probe here and I'm going to measure it here. and this is 0. So that means that we have one of these is passing the voltage straight through it, or current. And which one is together? These are all together, and then this one is the integrated graphics. So we have integrated graphics here, and then we have these 4 are going to be powering the CPU, and one of these guys are bad. All right, so everyone put their guesses up. I'm going to zoom in before you guess. So is it PL1, PL2, PL3, or PL4? So you can just put the number in the chat. And then I'm going to do a bypass method. So we're going to inject voltage from the main power rail, and then we're going to bypass the ground or to the negative portion of the injection tool to here, and then it will light up the correct one like a Christmas tree. All right, 6, 7, 6, 7, 3, 1, 4. What we got? What we got? Y'all just keep dropping those in there until I get this set up. 3 is the magic number. It's the magic number. 3, 10. 10? Come on, people. Diode looks bad on 1. Okay. 2 is half of 4, so that's a good way of looking at it. All right, so I'm going to take the negative portion. Normally I would take this negative of my voltage injection tool and just hook it to ground on here, like I would do that. And then that would have a path to ground. But if we did the path to ground, it would end up coming this way, going through the CPU back to ground, which I don't want to do that. I want to have it where when it comes out of these MOSFETs, out of these inductor coils, it will go straight to ground or straight to my negative. So that's why I'm just going to put it on my negative probe here like this and just going to poke like that. All right. Now all these are tied together, so it doesn't matter where I put those. And then my other side, we'll just inject a 0.5 volt or 0.4 volts into these other, or the main power rail here. Let's see what lights up. Okay, y'all ready? Did everyone kind of get their bets in there? All right, so this is 1, 2, 3, 4. So you guys pay attention to your horse there. 1, 2, 3, 4. 3, 2, 1. All right, whose horse is number 2? Whose horse is number 2? Right there. Yep, so this is the one. So whoever guessed number 2 is the wiener. So that's the bad guy right there. So we didn't have to inject very much voltage. We kept it safe. We didn't go through the CPU. We didn't damage the CPU. And then when we were testing earlier, we made sure not to put too much voltage through too to keep it safe. So doing good. So let me just pull this out of the way. We'll pull that guy off and see how it goes. Check G2 for ohms. Check G2 for ohms. Number 2 this time, yeah, it's weird. So they're all going to measure the same in ohms, but we can measure like from here to ground. So that's that, and if we just check here, it's going to be 0.4 on the output. 0.34, sorry, 3.4 ohms, which is what the output is here, and then that's what we have here. Now, I don't know why this is now measuring not 0 before. We were measuring 0, so I don't know if the CPU was measuring something weird. We got 0.38 there. Yeah, these are all measuring fine. Let me pull that off of there. Does 2 work for? 2's not going to work. Yeah, he's not going to work here anymore. Not gonna work here anymore. Number 3 has a fouled pin. Where's that at? Foul pin. It might just be a reflection. All those pins look okay. Another short somewhere else? I don't think so, but we're going to check that in a second. Here, I'm going to pull this off, and we'll see if the short is relieved. So let's see if it's gone. Not Austin Powers. That's Office Space. Not gonna work here anymore. Is from when they were firing people in the office here. All right, so the main power rail is no longer shorted, and then our CPU is saying 0.3, but it is jumping back up. It's hot right now, so I'm not worried about it right this second. And so we'll just have to get a new MOSFET there, but we can go check the main power rail on this side where we started this whole adventure. The Bobs, that's right. Talking to Michael Bolton. No, not Michael Bolton, but the short is gone. The short is gone. Will it turn on? That'd be funny if it is the BIOS after this again. So the last board we did, we had to replace this first one, and then the board would not turn on after that, but the short was gone, and then we ended up programming the BIOS chip, and then it fixed it. So I don't know. Let's see if I can grab another inferior chip. Where the MOSFET's at? Where the MOSFET at, yo? Is it gonna work? Michael Bolton, the no talent ass clown. That's what they say, right? Brand new chip, Eddie? That's right, nothing but the best, Clark. We'll see if this one has the correct print on it. So if you missed it earlier, I had grabbed a chip out of my bag that was printed on backwards. You want to see it? I might need to save it. Oh, what did I do with it? Darn it. Is this it? I think this is it. No, that's not it. This one. Check this out. Check this out, people. So here it is. So here's the print, right? So there's pen 1, and here's pen 1. Okay, pen 1's there, pen 1's there. Now we flip this over, or even you can just look at the board. Here's pen 1 right there. That's how we're going to do it. You flip this over, and you see the two pads that are close together go this way. This chip's actually been printed on backwards. So here's all these individual pads. So it should go that way. But it was printed on backwards. Pretty crazy. First time I've ever seen that, but you can actually see this is a sanded chip. You see how it's all has these lines on it? See how this one doesn't? So this chip is a fake or something. I don't know. I have no idea how it got in my Soren's box. Someone screwed up at the factory, at the official China factory. All right, so we need to pretend this. Pretty weird. Pretty weird, man. All right, so we need to get the pads tinned. I don't know. I grabbed that thing weird and put some scratches on it. Fake, 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 fake. And that's a Seinfeld reference, if you're wondering. I'm almost out of Black Horse Flux again. This is like, I go through it too fast now. AliExpress, Ali is fake. Why do you sell fake stuff? Because they can. Another BIOS reflash coming. Well, there's your problem. All right, so we're just going to pretend this real quick. Okay. Good. Perfect. Good. DigiKey is the official source. Did you get the flux stand? Yes. You mean, let's see, I have a camera view somewhere. Let's see. I can just do this. Yeah, check it out. The Black Horse Flux stand. I am using it to hold all my flux. Yes, thank you so much. That thing is cool. It fits it so perfectly. It's crazy. Is that your own design, by the way? That thing is super slick. Does it stain your clothes? No. Yeah, it's really neat. It actually, I was having a hard time. I was just kind of throwing all my flux into this little tub, and it was making a mess, and it gets everywhere. So, yes, it is. Well, that's awesome. So, and I could see that it was a two-parter. You designed it where it goes together, so you have to print one piece and put the other piece together because of probably trying to get all the supports or not having to need supports and stuff like that. Yeah, that's super slick. We don't get DigiKey in South Africa. We only have AliExpress. Well, I have DigiKey and I have Mouser. Mouser is actually my go-to source because everything I get is next day. and then DigiKey is my secondary, but you know, and sometimes they carry, one carries one thing, one doesn't carry the other thing, or whatever it is. DigiKey has more MOSFETs, I can tell you that. But I guess it depends by brand. All right, this thing blew away. Okay, it's gonna go like that. Let's do this again. All right, so I just need to make sure the solder is all the way melted. VD just used their Prime sub. Thank you for that. For 5 months. 5 months. So if you're wondering what that means, Prime sub, it just means that if you have an Amazon account, you can actually go over to Twitch and use your Prime account to subscribe to the Twitch channel, and it basically just gives me a donation for free, and it doesn't cost you anything. And so if you have Amazon Prime, then you can just do that, and that's just a way to support me and my channel and stuff on Twitch. All right. So now we'll just do the old tappy. There we go. It's a happy chip, just a happy little chip we got there. Okay, so that's looking good. Mouser DigiKey Farnell. Farnell. I don't think I've ever ordered from Farnell. What about Element 14 or whatever, Norwalk, or are they still around? What is it? It's not Norwalk. Something like that. I used to order that from them all the time. Tappy tappy. Hey mods, my comment was based on Office Space line. Ah, did someone get in trouble for quoting Office Space? Office Space was filmed a couple blocks from here. The opening scene was actually where I was just stuck in traffic just a few minutes ago, before I came on. Now, it's funny because I was just thinking about that, because I was like stuck in traffic there, and I was like, oh my gosh, I'm like in the Office Space. And I had turned up my Ghetto Boys or whatever it was, Bushwick Bill, and I turned it down when the guy was selling flowers next to me, my car. Norwalk, there you go. Newark. Yeah, you live near Newark. I mean, do they still sell a lot of stuff? I don't know. In the printer sub departments would like a word. The printer sub, oh right, the printer sub. Oh gosh, and we're gonna need to go smash a printer this afternoon. Okay. Multiply, thank you. All right, so we're gonna measure the main power rail now. We don't have a short on the main power rail, so the short is gone. Will it turn on? And then we're gonna check the CPU. It's at 1. It's okay. It was at 3, but because it's still hot, it's you know, it's gonna do like that. Damn, it feels good to be a gangsta. Real gangsta's ass, something, something, something. Yep. We don't use profanity on this stream, so I can't say all the words. But yes, that's right. Okay, so it is looking good. Now, the question is, are we gonna have a similar situation that the last one had? So when we did this earlier, we changed out the MOSFET on the CPU. We put it back together and the board did not start. So the question is, do we want to put it back together and just see if it starts, or do we want to do a pre-test? I kind of like just putting it together, just raw dog it right together, because then when we see picture, we're really happy. So that's what I'm gonna do. JMO Electronics. All right, so we're just putting a dab of thermal paste on here. You want me to pre-test? Send it. We got pre-test and we got send it. We got raw dog, we got send it. I'm just gonna send it. Because if we pre-test, then we'll know it works. If we don't pre-test, then we'll be on the edge of our seats. Like pre-test, 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 raw dog, pre-test, pre-test, raw dog. Bias again, pre-test, raw dog. Which one do you want? I want a raw dog a pre-test, man. Can you really raw dog a pre-test? All right, I'll tell you what. I will power it on the bench before I put all the screws in. Can we raw dog a pre-test? Please, please. There's nothing I want more. The real gangsters printers don't expect good prints, cause real gangsters printers never print right. Oh, Taz just used their Prime Twitch sub. Thank you for that. Why is this not screwing in? This is not compruting. There's something wrong with this computer. Something's not lining up. What is going on here? Is this the right heatsink? Something's not correct on this, bro. What is going on? So I could not get this CPU to sit down because there was a screw right here. There was a screw sitting on the board. Well, there you go. There's your sign. Good thing I didn't send it. Raw dog. Sparkle current readings. All right, now we can do it. Will it work? Will it work? There's no way it's going to be a BIOS flash again. No way. 0% chance. There was a 0% chance when it happened before. The odds that it will happen twice in one night is like, I don't know. It's going to make me, if it happens again, I'll stand up like a chicken and cluck. How's that? It's not going to happen. Either way, it's not going to happen. So it's going to this thing's just going to turn on and work. Or it's going to give us a CPU failure. Those are the only two options. That's it. First and 10 just subbed with this Prime sub. Amazon Prime, thank you. Okay. BIOS poll, please. Oh no. Oh my. Oh, we have a poll up there. Reassemble. So it's a 53 to 47, and then on YouTube, if we should reassemble this thing or not, and then it's a 88 to 13 on Twitch, if I should reassemble to test. Reassemble to test. You know, the real question is, should I reinstall this glue that glued this motherboard in that I had to take off to get this board out? I don't think it needs glue. Where we're going, we don't need glue. I think we need to assemble this thing, man. This thing's gonna work. 55% say reassemble. 87% says reassemble. We're already almost there. Not like I put all the screws in anyway. Okay. All right, will it work, people? That's the question. Oh baby, oh baby. The hot glue is in the house. I want to drizzle hot glue all over it. So this whole area right here had a bunch of like glue or something, and then it glued the motherboard in for some reason. That's what we're talking about, if you missed it. You're twitching now. Twitching. Will it work? Will it work? Okay, so my two screws are in. The board is installed. Power button's plugged in. Battery, look for the smoke. Smoke test. No smoke. The LCD connector plugged in all the way? Yep, okay, all right. You guys ready? Okay, power meter. I'm gonna plug in the power. 3, 2, 1. 0, 0, 0. Where art thou, 0? Open the lid. I did not see that coming. I was so confident. I didn't see that coming. What the? No RAM, it doesn't matter. What is going on? That's still dead. That doesn't even make sense. Okay, hold on. We checked to see if the short was gone. You concur. I concurred. Everyone concurred it was gone. So why is it still here? Or why do we still have an issue? Okay, hold on. So whatever this is, I'm not worried about it. Although we probably should clean it because we have some sort of carbon there. No short there, no short there. What? 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 We still have a short on the main power rail. We checked that. Is it something else I just plugged into the board? We're gonna unplug stuff here because it definitely did not have a short a second ago. It re-shorted itself when it plugged in. Do you think we have a bad something? What? I don't get it. Okay, so the pretest people, were they right? The extension board, we don't need that where we're going. But yeah, you know. Who said pretest again? Who said that? Who said we should do that? What the hell? Oh my gosh, was it after I put this thing on here? Was it from these? Oh gosh. Don't know. I don't think it's the, I mean the daughter board's not even attached. This other daughter board is, but hold on. We didn't do a physical inspection, but that's fine. The keyboard's shorted. Always pre-test. You know, I have somebody here who always, his MO is to assemble the entire machine, put every screw in there and put the entire machine back together before he tests. Before he, I'm like, because he's so confident. I was a pre-test. I was a pre-test. Okay. I just want to figure this out. I swear, and I don't swear that often, but I swear I measured right here. There is no short here. Okay, so there is no short on the main power rail that powers the CPU, but there's a short on this power rail? And now this power rail's not shorted. What? Okay, go get it. This doesn't make sense. Okay. Does anyone know what's going on? I mean, it has to be heat shorting out to the heatsink or something, but basically, I took the heatsink off. There's no short. Put the heatsink on, there's a short. Okay, so I'm measuring right here, no short. Okay, now I'm going to put it back on. I don't see anything weird. Metal. We got pads all over all this stuff. I mean, the pads are kind of janky, but I'm not worried about that. Put it back together with glue instead of screws. That's the trick. So Sinan thinks we should just use glue and then that will actually solve the issue. I like that idea. Okay, I'm just going to put one screw in. One measly screw right there. And then let's measure the main power rail again. Has anyone ever seen this before? It's shorted. Bro, I didn't plug in anything. So yeah, we definitely have some sort of heatsink shortage effect going on here. So I only put one screw in this thing too. Dude, what is it touching? What are you touching? All right, we're gonna investigate. On this evening's investigation of what is the heatsink touching to cause a short on the board, we investigate this area of the board because it looks very smashed. I want to smash it, see? I think this is the culprit. What do you think about that? I'm going to smash it. What do you think? You think it's this? You think it's that? Heatsink touching that capacitor right there? And that capacitor is looking very unhappy. Do you concur? I think that's it. We found it. We found it. Does this look okay? That looks okay. What about this one? Sorry for all the movement here. This one doesn't have a pad on it at all. So that could be an issue. Okay, could be. Probably. Then who? All right, so let's see if we can fix this. I knew I wasn't crazy. You guys thought that I didn't fix it. You thought that I was like, oh, it's fixed. I'm so good at what I do, and just put it back together without even testing. But it was actually the heatsink's fault. There we go. I just bend this back. There we go. It's just a happy little heatsink. Tazzy Chopper is claiming to have seen something. Okay. Tazzy, what did you see? Something on the thermal. I'm going to go. Should we go thermal and just turn this thing on the bench? What do you think there, old Tazer? You shouldn't have reassembled. I shouldn't have crossed the streams. All right, I'm just gonna turn it on right here. This is boring. It's boring when we do this. I'm gonna turn it on under the thermal camera. Heatsink is bent back. I'm just gonna sell the person a new heatsink. Do we even have this heatsink? This heatsink is messed up. I'd rather just put a new one on here. It'd be nice if I have a new one. I'm out of stock on these heat sinks. Gosh darn it. This thing has a 3080 in it. This thing goes to a 3080, and I guess it's a 3080 or a 3070. Okay, we're going to go thermal. So let's get under the thermal camera. Going thermal in 3, 2, 1. Okay, power's plugged in. You guys see anything? It's not powered on yet. We're gonna have to press the power button. Does it have a friendly power button? It does. I'm gonna press this power button on the board. Wait a minute. Oh, there it goes. CPU's coming on. Got the power phases coming on. 57. That does not seem like enough. We don't have RAM in there, but it is heating up. So we do have the 4 power stages coming on. We don't have the iGPU coming on because it's not on yet, and then we don't have any RAM in the board anyway, so we're not going to be able to turn it on with no RAM in the board. So I say it's turning on now. What do you say? Does that count enough to put it together? But I don't have the heatsink because we're out of stock on this heatsink, so I'll just have to bend back whatever I can. So I'll just bend this out of the way. We'll have to put new pads on it. Somewhere, sleeping somewhere. Okay. Are we ready? Can we raw dog it together? Capped on tape. I just lifted the little thing up, so I think it's okay now. I just bent it. I bent it into the correct shape because it was bent down into the wrong shape. Tape, 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 tape. Let's try the RAM now. All right, I'm gonna put these in here and I'm gonna test to see if the short's gone. I don't think I've ever seen a heatsink short out on the board before, so that was a first. So we've had 2 firsts tonight, right? All right, no, 3, because we had a backwards MOSFET. We had a BIOS that we had to program after a MOSFET went out, and then we had a short from a heatsink being bent over. And I have a gnat in my face, and it's driving me crazy. Dude, King, you got so many words there. If you have a thermal camera, you may have reviewed one in the past, but I'm not presently using. Will be great to help for the workshop. You really need a thermal camera. Thanks for the gift camera in advance, Nate, for telling me I should send my details. King, I don't know. I have multiple thermal cameras that we use. So if you need any advice on getting a thermal camera, they're definitely useful for figuring out what was on. We just figured out what power phases were on a CPU. We figured out where shorts were. We figured out, I mean, there's all sorts of stuff. Yeah, I know. That's what I thought. Yeah. Ken, we're right here, Ken. Me and you. Oh. Punching your laptop does not increase your skills, but it does make it faster. It'd be a lot cooler if you did, man. All right, oh, check for short, check for short. Check for short. The short is back. No, the short is gone. It tricked me for a second though, but the short is gone. We don't have a short. Okay. Oprah's thermal cameras. Oh, that'd be cool if Oprah had thermal camera. What would be the purpose of that? But I don't know. You get a camera, you get a camera, you get a camera. Progressive maintenance. It also lets the rage out. Just then beat a laptop. Oh, I didn't get to tell you. I was working on a laptop today, and I still am not done with it, but I almost filmed it, but I didn't because I was like, this is going to be a pain in the butt. And so the laptop was already like, it was like falling apart. Like chunks of the corner was taking out. It looked like someone ran over it with a car basically. And the thing didn't turn on. I mean, it turned on, but the fans were on full blast. It wouldn't get a picture, so I ended up having a BIOS issue. Flashed the BIOS. Then it wasn't charging the battery. It wasn't identifying the charger, so I was able to identify that and fix that. And then the fans were stuck on full blast, so then I had to replace the EC chip to get the fans to communicate properly. And then the keyboard's not working, and the keyboard backlight's not working properly. And so it's just like this one thing after another. Oh, and then they have like, they soldered different wires to the board to do some weird stuff. I have no idea. So I'm basically just going to give it back to the way I have it, working pretty well. But I wanted to tell you about it because I should have filmed it. Where's Dr. Sonic? Where's Dr. Sonic when we need him? The rabbit hole case. Job security. That's right, AJ. Job security. But those are the types of repairs that people will turn down. And that's why I was like, oh, it would be good for a video at least because it's like a lot of stuff. But then I was like, God, I don't know. Sometimes I just hate filming rabbit holes. All right, I'm going to plug in the battery. Because it's so much more work to actually film stuff like that too. Hey, new watcher. But a long time parts people. Mind if I ask you a question? I can't ask any technical questions right now, Electron, but at the end of the stream, I usually do a questions and answer thing. I don't really have the bandwidth to answer all these questions right now, so you can do it later, yeah, or you can do our Discord. We'll definitely answer there. Okay, let's go ahead and plug in the power and keep an eye on the power meter right here. 0.02 is nice. I'm going to open the lid, see if it powers on. And we do have current. Did we put RAM? Did I put RAM in there already? I do have a stick of RAM in there. We do have keyboard backlight, so we are getting some sort of current pulling on here. I do have the battery plugged in, so hopefully we'll get some charge current in a moment, but it's going to go through some sort of CMOS reset to actually start this board up. It does take a little bit of time on these AMDs for the first startup, but the daughter board's not in there, but it's not required to make this machine work. This is just a Ethernet and audio, and so it's not required to turn it on. So that's okay. But as long as this is moving around, I'm happy. So at this point, it does not look like we have a BIOS issue. So no clucking like a chicken for me tonight. Boom, boom, boom. That's 2 for the night. Is that a record? Well, we haven't fixed this one yet. We will see. So if you're looking at this boot up process, look at the amperage, 1.25 amps, okay? So I want you to watch that. And if we keep going through the same cycle over and over again, then we may be stuck somewhere. Now we're up to 2.83 amps, so 50 watts, 60 watts. Okay, now we're in the 3s. That's perfect. And it should go back down. But if it does that exact same cycle 2 times or 3 times, then we're screwed. It may end up going into a CPU failure, or it may be a bad BIOS, but BIOS doesn't make sense on this machine, but you know, we had one before, but we could end up getting a 2-1, like it's trying to turn on the CPU all the way and the CPU is bad. $3 amps. And we got a picture. I can't believe I saved another laptop. Man, that's 2 for tonight. You're right. We did get 2 done. So that ended up working. Booting the diagnostics real quick. And it does look like SSD is not installed. But let's put an SSD in here and make sure it does boot to a Windows login screen, because a lot of times you do have a CPU failure on these things, and so it won't even boot the Windows, but we will see. And similar issues, right? Same type of concept. We have a MOSFET on the CPU that fails. We do have an error code here. This is going to be a 3.1 most likely, because we did have a real-time clock got reset. And so, yeah, there's something on the screen here. It might be more of that glue. Let's see if I can get that wiped off. Yeah, it's coming off. Whatever it is, I don't know what it is, but there's a little bit more on there. Okay, let's plug it in. Yeah, 3.1 is what it should be. So I have the machine off, and when it's off, you can plug this in. I'll put one screw in so it doesn't fall out. I'm a believer. I'm a believer, baby. Chicken and collect time. Dude, no. And why didn't your bell ring just now for that? Sinan? That's weird. Maybe because it doesn't want you to have a chicken and collect time? Or are you no longer a mod? What happened? What happened to you? Maybe you had a space at the starting. All right, so it is booting the Windows, which is good. That's what we're looking for. And we're just looking for no blue screens of death or black screens of death. It doesn't work. It doesn't work for Sinan anymore? He has a message up there from earlier, I think. You said to collect like a chicken if it worked. Oh, I know I said if it didn't work. All right, so we booted into the operating system. We were able to get there. And the mouse is working, the keyboard's working. I saved another laptop. Yay! All right. Well, there you go. That's 2 for 2. So we were able to save 2 in a row. Now, similar issues on both of them. Both of them were Ryzen machines. Both of them had the 8694 MOSFETs, the DR MOSFETs. And so on this type of machine, when you have this issue, it means that there's some sort of heating issue that keeps those MOSFETs cool. I'm going to make sure to redo their heatsink, make sure we have ample thermal paste, new thermal pads. Probably replace the whole heatsink would probably be better in the long run. But that will probably prevent it from happening in the future. But yeah, pretty nice that we were able to fix that one. So let's go to the next one here. But I got to clean my desk off. So that's 2 for 2. 2 for 2. We're on number 3. And we're 2 hours and 25 minutes in. Next. All right, so the last one that we have. Dang! I wanted to cluck like a chicken. That was only if it was a BIOS issue. And we have it on other streams where I cluck like a chicken. You don't have to see that. You don't have to see that. It's ridiculous. All right, so this is an M15R6. Let me clean this counter off too. Good content tonight. Well, thank you. I hope so. SSD test. Didn't we just test this SSD? Test SSD. We did. What do you mean? We just booted to his Windows login. Oh, gosh. Your SD is in the PC. That's not my SD, that was his SD. SSD. Yeah, I plugged his in. That was even better. I didn't even have to use my test. So his was all good. And, all right, so let's see what this one is. So this is M15R6. Let's just get caught up on the notes and we can do our intro. No chicken dance. I'll tell you, there's still, the night is young. We could do a chicken dance if we have something else going on here. Tazzy with the 20 SGDs, $15 US. Thank you for that. Thank you for that, Tazzy. Have you any experience with 17 errors on Alienware laptops G16 7650 where you get ID 17 errors? Where are you getting this error at? Donde? Like on a blue screen or when it first turns on? I'm not sure about that. All right, so here we go. Laptop would not power on. It has multiple chargers. It's not the issue. I disconnected the battery, held down the power button, didn't work. It appears to be the voltage of 19.6 through the barrel jack to the motherboard. The laptop worked flawlessly until months ago, and then it began to intermittently shut off, and then since then it's been non-functional. Okay, so intermittent shutting off and then finally failing, you know, that could be caused by a number of different things, so I don't know. Oh, if you have a WHEA error on the CPU or GPU, you are done. Your dishes are done, man. Yeah. Okay, here we go. We'll do our intro. All right, new day and another laptop that needs to be saved, and this time we have an Alienware M15R6. Now, this laptop actually worked flawlessly until a couple months ago, until it started intermittently crashing and shutting off, and now it no longer turns on. So I haven't taken a look at this yet. Let's take a look together and see if we can get this figured out. Short and sweet. Short and sweet. Okay, so we never know what this is going to be, but this machine is not going to be a Ryzen edition like the other ones we worked on. So first thing I'm going to do is see if this turns on. This is actually an i7 machine. We're going to press the power button, see if we get any power at all. I got no lights at all. Let me pull up our power meter. I'm going to clear it, and we'll reset the meter so we know exactly how much current's going in. And we want to keep an eye straight on that right when we plug it in. Dude. That's 3 in a row. 3 in a row. All right, so we have another 0-0 short. Cable, thanks for those bits there. Perfect. So 0-0 short. Again, so we have, when I plug it in, the meter actually jumps up just a little bit, but it's not even going up to, it's probably like 5 milliamps, or 50 milliamps. No, 5 milliamps, which is nothing. It's almost a 10, and it kind of peaks for a second, but we are having a 0-0 short probably on the board again. It's probably going to be on the main power rail. Press the power button, nothing's happening. Open and close the lid, nothing's happening. What do you think? Another short on a CPU MOSFET? I don't know. We're going to have to open it up and take a look inside. Wes gifted Mike a tier 1 sub. Thank you for that, Wes. Very generous of you. All right, so is it going to be a short on the CPU all over again, just like we've went through for the last two? White Noise, thanks for those bits. 100 bits, 100 pennies. We got a level 1 hype train on Twitch if you want to participate. Thank you for that. Try to get this bottom off. Gosh, it is on there today. This is Intel, not AMD this time, so it's a little bit different than what we were working on before, but there we go. Pizza or no pizza? All right, and the bottom is off. And again, these boards all look similar. It's very, very interesting. So see how the board layout is? We have the same SSDs or NVMEs on the side, DDR5 memory again, the Wi-Fi card, so we have the main battery, OEM, it's not plugged in. So setup very similar. They all were made kind of in the same time period. This is the R6, the other one was the R7, the other one's basically the R8. So they're very close to being the same kind of form factor. You need to go to bed. Cypress, thanks for coming by. I'm sorry. It is kind of late for some places, so appreciate you coming by and visiting. I'm just going to pull these things out of the picture here, and then we're going to measure. I'm looking forwards to getting to go to an Intel Core of Tings. The Intel Core of Tings. Good idea. All right, so we'll leave that in. I'll leave the RAM in. I just wanted to take the SSDs out, but there is no SSDs. So we're starting a poll. Oh, is the other poll still going though? Oh, shorted MOSFET again. All right, so does anyone think that we're gonna have a shorted MOSFET on the CPU all over again? All right, so that's what the poll is up right now, if you want to vote on that. So the last two machines we worked on, we had a short on the CPU's MOSFET. It was MOSFET number 1 on one of them, and then MOSFET number 2 on the other one. Those are AMD machines. This is an Intel machine. Do you think that Intel is going to have that same issue? Let's get under here and measure our power rails and figure out what type of resistance we have going on. All right, so I am in continuity mode, and I'm going to measure our main power rail, or our input here. If I can get this sticker out of my way. Okay. So coming in off of the jack, we have 0 ohms, no short here, no short here. It's going to go through a pair of MOSFETs, and Tazzy just gifted 5 subs. Thank you for that, Tazzy. Looks like I2, William, the Caro, Prince, and Sophia will all get 30 days of commercial-free enjoyment over there on Twitch. Thank you for that. All right, so we don't have a short on this side, don't have a short here. Now, we're wondering if we're gonna have a short in this area, because this is kind of the area that we will always end up having a short on the main power rail, and we do. And the measurement is 0.1, 0.11, 0.0. Do you think we're gonna have a issue with a capacitor or a MOSFET? Circuit breaker, didn't I do an intro on this already? You're making me doubt myself. I feel like I did the intro already. Didn't I do an intro on this? I think it was short and sweet. Wes just gifted another sub, thank you. All right, so what we're measuring here on this main power rail short is almost 0. I would count that as 0, personally. So it means we'll either have a low side MOSFET short. Wait, now it's at 0.2. Do I not have a good ground? There it goes. We're either gonna have a low side MOSFET short, or we're gonna have a shorted capacitor, but now, just like before, we can go straight to injecting voltage. Has that been helpful for us, people? Every single time we inject voltage where we just have the board sitting here, we don't see anything. Are we gonna do it this time and win? I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. So some people said I didn't do the intro. That's funny. We're on a level 3 hype train now on Twitch. You guys are crazy. Crazy good people. So whenever you have a hype train on Twitch, you basically just do a bunch of donations and it kind of keeps leveling up and going to a higher level. I think the highest level we ever got to is level 9 on Twitch before. That was the highest level ever. But they're in level 3 and it's a couple minutes left of that. All right, so I'm gonna, should we just, do you wanna, no intro. People are saying I didn't do the intro. I did do the intro. I wish there was a way to go back and yeah, I did do it. It was short and sweet. It was basically just said that it didn't work. And didn't. And it was that quick. I think I only did like a 15-second intro. All right, so I'm gonna inject voltage just like we did before. We're gonna see if we can find one where we're actually gonna see the short on this side of the board without having to take it out. I've seen the intro on this one. The intro is the same on all of them. They're all the same intros. You 100% did it. It's funny that I almost thought that I didn't do it. Nate, they love your intros, I know. And I feel like a fool doing the intro, especially in a live stream. It's like, I think it's not needed, but if I'm gonna edit it down, it does make it a little easier. All right, so since the short is almost 0, we're gonna just do 0.5 volt. And we'll get back in here. You did the intro. Don't let them gaslight you. Thank you there, Dave. Oh, I know I did. I just have fun with them messing with me. All right, so we do have a little bit of current. Can you not see it? Where's it at? There we go. There we go. All right, it's looking good. Flick it. So the battery is unplugged. You are not Henry Blake. Ha ha ha. All right, so I'm injecting current into the board. We're looking at it. We haven't taken the board out yet. Soren never takes the board out, and he can always find these shorts. So I don't know how he does it, because I never see him. I have to take the board out, always. Where's it at? I mean, it's on the current sense resistor. I'll just do the other side here. Anybody? Yeah, see, I don't see anything. So, waste of time, waste of time. That's just how it works. You have to have the board out, guys. MOSFET number 3. Okay, so you're going to MOSFET number 3 already. Left side under the bracket. So left side under the bracket was going to be over here, bracket over here. I guess I can pull the back cover off here too. That might have worked. Board visual inspection. This feels like Groundhog's Day again. I know. It looks like the same board. Looks like the same type of issue. We're going to take it out. What if it has a bent heatsink too? That's causing a short. What if this one is a trifecta? Has the trifecta? What if it has a bent heatsink, has a blown MOSFET on the CPU, and has a corrupted BIOS? Oh, bola. You missed the one above the RAM, dual RAM. I mean, all these things are like reflections, so it's kind of like hard to see. I'm gonna pull this little cover off and we'll do one more injection. We'll inject one more time. I gotta get this cover off of here though. This actually doesn't look like it's come apart before. But there's a big metal cover under this, so I won't be able to see it. If we get all three, it's a collective chicken dance. Okay, I will agree to that. We will shake on it. My pleasure. The trifecta. It's a book that turns into a coffee table. It's a Seinfeld reference, by the way. But the trifecta is whenever George was eating a sandwich while he was watching TV while making love to a girl. And he called it the trifecta. Get out! My gosh, why is this stuck to this so hard? Oh my gosh, this tape is like the tape I've ever seen. Cosmo Kramer. We got the first name, Cosmo. The name is Cosmo. I still love to watch it. Okay. Gosh, this thing is crazy glued on there. Okay, so maybe we'll eject one more time just to see if we see anything, because this is like a metal, aluminum, whatever, alloy, Iron Man, and so it might be blocking some radiation, some thermal radiation. Aha! Right there, on the other side of the board. Okay. So, what is that? It's like right here, I think. Where is it? Right there. There. Okay. And dun dun dun. It is number. This is the backside of those MOSFETs. This is 1, 2, 3, 4. So it should be. It's probably number 4 on the MOSFETs on the other side of the board. But I don't know. Is that the GPU or CPU? This looks very CPU-esque to me. So I think it is the CPU, and it looks like it is the 4th MOSFET on the CPU. Oh, so all we need is a bent. It's a reversed. It seems reversed actually, but when we turn it out and flip it, I don't know. We mirror it. When we take it out, is it going to be the opposite? Not an easy pizza. I'm telling you, easy pizzas don't come that often. There's a couple models that have easy pizzas all the time, and that's going to be the Alienware M18R1s and it's the DDR5 memory power rail. So I'll have those quite often, but that's the only pizza that I've been eating lately. That's it. I picked number 4. Although I guess it could be number 1. No, wait, because number 1's over here. So yeah, I don't know. Clearly Dell should have had 5 power stages. But this is the Intel. And so this one has 2 power stages or phases for the integrated graphics on this one, and then AMD only has 1. Hot damn, you got it. My M18R1 is still waiting for that likely pizza fix. Well, if you actually do the actual fix ahead of time, then you might not have to worry about it failing. So I do the fan mod on it, get all that done. Cosmo, it's delicious. Cake is flying. Okay, and the motherboard is out. All right, so we will need to remove the heatsink because we need to be able to get down and dirty with the CPU or GPU. So we found it on this side, and yeah, I think that is the CPU side. No soup for you. I love the calzones. Any idea why all three died in the same way? Well, the thing is it's a heat-related issue in general, and I don't know. I mean, I would just say it's just heat. It really is. You're gonna have they get really hot. You have heat sinks that are supposed to cool it off, and you're gonna have failures over time. Now they are 3 or 4 years old, so it's not like it's destroying the CPU, which was nice. So we've been replacing these, and the CPUs are still working. And we got the heatsink off. Oh, this one's liquid metal, and it's leaking liquid metal. Oh Lord! Ooh. We got an LLM situation. Me, 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 me. Call in the cavalry. LLM is leaking everywhere. Guys, this is crazy. That's liquid metal all over the board right there. All over here. This is all leaking out of there. It's all over here. We got a bleeder. We got a bleeder. Call in the cavalry. So if you're looking at this for the first time, what we have is, we call this LLM, so leaking liquid metal, but it's actually just liquid metal, which is an element 31 product, which the element 31 is gallium, is the 31 element on the periodic table. And so gallium is the metal that is liquid at room temperature, and it's really good at conducting or moving heat off of the CPU onto the heatsink, but it's highly conductive. And then they mix it with heatsink, and then there's supposed to be a dam on here. This thing only has a single dam. I really like it when they have a double dammed area, but they only have a single dam. And so this dam is leaking. Michael, thank you for the coolest fans membership. So we're gonna have to clean that up, but that's not what I'm concerned with. I'm concerned with this horror show. That's liquid metal there. This is liquid metal here, liquid metal there, liquid metal there, liquid metal there, liquid metal there. I don't get paid enough to do this, guys. Oh, don't call him. Yeah, if you meet Michael Richards, don't call him Kramer. Oh, I can only imagine he would be so irritated about that. Oh, I can only imagine that. Yeah, this could be worse overall. Let's just see if we can get it cleaned up. And, oh, there's our spicy beast. It was number 4. Spicy beast. So we did call it. We had number 1, 2, 3, 4. This guy's blowed up, and he's blowed up into the motherboard itself. So we need to ultrasonic clean this just in case too. Well, I would say we need to make sure that this pad is rebuildable, because this seems like it's fused to the board. But if we are able to get this all cleaned up, oh, gross. Weird, it's almost like a thin layer of paper seeming. Look at that big blob. I mean, it actually looks a little bit organized. Organized chaos. Oh, look at it! Look, it ate away the solder. Can you see that? So gallium will eat away aluminum, but it even eats away solder. So look at that. Do you see how it put a hole right into that? I don't know if you can see it. See how the solder's all gone? The solder. Isn't that crazy? So it totally ate away half of this and got down in there. See how this is just disintegrating? So that's probably what happened, is that one of these phases, oh God, get in focus please. One of these phases disconnected and then had the other ones work too hard. And I bet these are in pairs and these are in pairs, possibly. And then these are in pairs. Look at this one's crooked. And that one looks a little spicy too. Oh my God. I don't even know. This is making me exhausted looking at it, by the way. I don't know if you're noticing that, but I'm looking at it and I'm like, oh my God, what time of the night is this? How long have I been working on this already? We just started this one and I'm like, oh my gosh, this looks like a job for another day to me. Oh, because I'm so tired. I'm so tired. All right, let me think about this. All right, so if these are working in pairs right here, and then this thing lifted up and shut off, then it means all the power was going through this one. So that's my prognosis? Not prognosis, my theory. So I'm just gonna measure across these. Those aren't connected at all. Oh, those are connected. 26 ohms, so they're not connected. So these are not connected. Are these connected? Those are connected. That's connected. What about this one? That's connected. Okay. So these four are together. This one's on its own, and this one's on its own. What the heck is this one doing? Is it a boost clock or something? I'm out of green juice. I need to have some coffee and some water, though. I'm thirsty. All right, I'm going to put this hypothesis. There you go, that works. Hypotheses. Let's have a break for a second. If you don't mind, we're going to have a little break. $100K dead is double. Wait, 7.5. What? What? Right now? So Santa Claus just said 100,000 people are dead with a double 7.5 earthquake in Venezuela. Is that happening right this second? That's the worst I've heard in years. Oh my gosh. All right, that's horrible. That's horrible. 2 hours ago. Oh my God. Man. That's a lot. Two of them, two 7.5s. I mean, it's like the earth is opening up. $7.5 to 7.2. That is. All right. Well, I don't even know what to think about that. That's pretty frustrating. And there's nothing people can do about it. It's like you're powerless to all that type of thing, right? Oh, thanks for bringing us down there, Santa Claus. God. Oh man. Gotta figure out. I mean, there's a lot of people that have nothing now. A lot of 100,000 people. That is just incredible. Oh, look at all this we have to clean up too. Oh my God. Goes with the earthquake in California, I guess. California has 6.9. Oh, Japan had one? A 6.9? We're having earthquakes all around the world, all in the same time. Northern California, 5.6. 7.5 Wednesday, northwest Venezuela, according to geologist surveys. Just saw an estimate of 100,000 fatalities, up to 20% of their GDP to recover. Wow. The number isn't official, but it's just an estimate with the number of collapsed buildings. That makes sense because they have to find people being lost in there and all that stuff. But I mean, what was the one? Because there's no tsunamis or anything like that, I'm assuming. Looks like it's happening in Kilauea. I don't know how to say that. Hello, everyone. He comes in all happy. Hello, how's it going? We're all depressed here now. Gosh, that's crazy. Estimate 30% likely. Wow. Oh, so leaking. Okay, so back to the machine. We'll just try to, no tsunami warning. Okay. So we'll try to systematically kind of think through what we're going to do here. If I have the energy, because we have other machines we could do if we wanted. So we have leaking liquid metal, probably stored vertically. Yeah, so it is leaking out of here. probably stored vertically after it was hot. So we can clean all this stuff up. We do have that blown MOSFET. So I don't even care about cleaning this stuff up until I figure out if I can get that MOSFET off of there, and that if we're going to be able to rebuild it, because there could be a hole in the board right underneath it. So I think that's my next game plan, is to maybe get that off of there. And I'm thinking that it failed because we had this kind of eaten up here and kind of detached itself. So let me see if we can get this guy off. If we can get him off of there, then we'll go through and do some cleaning. We'll just take this whole barrier off of here and hope for the best, I guess. With this type of failure, they probably have the CPU bad. Toss it in the ultrasonic cleaner. Ultrasonic cleaner it works good, but you do not want to just trust it with cleaning it, because you'll have to do it in lots of different cycles over and over again, but I think at the end we probably will. But right now I'm just going to, let me see if I can just take this guy off of here. What do you think? Do you think it's going to come off happily? LLM should be an extra fee. I know. Ken, you're right. I basically should see this. I should stop and call him and say, hey, it actually had liquid metal that's leaking everywhere, and there's a $50 fee for that. It just feels rude. I hate that. It just feels rude to do that. This camera's choppy again. The thing is, I'm not a money grabber. That's not who I am. But I guess I'm more okay with losing money than I am with trying to seem like I'm here to grab money. All right, anyway. Enough of doing stuff, yelling at stuff. All right, so is this welded to the board? That's going to be the question of the day. So what ends up happening when we have arcing of two pieces of metal? Either the solder is going to melt or the metal is going to melt, and it's going to weld itself to the board. If we do have this MOSFET welded to the board, then we're going to have a hard time getting it off of here, and we're going to have a hard time replacing it. It does look welded, and everyone want to light their candle right now because I'm smelling some burnt electronics. Whew, it's smelly. $50, I would say $100. Oh, $50 fee or $100 fee. Burn electronics. Ooh, this is smelly, guys. Get your smell-o-vision card. All right, I haven't added any flux yet, but I'm just kind of seeing. Okay, you see that side is loose, but this back side is still taut. All right, it is coming off a little bit. Let me add a little bit of flux here. There's no master list from Dell on what LLM was used. Not in general, but what they do is usually on these higher end Intel. It's only Intel that they put it on, and some NVIDIA cards. Okay, we got it off, but we do have lifted pads in these two areas, which could mean that we're screwed. I don't know what this goes to right here. Are those a no stuff? What do you think? Lead Farmer, does that look like a no stuff to you? Like, I could see this one coming around, you know, we could attach that, but I don't think this was attached to anything. I can't, unless you could see something through the board. We're gonna pull up a board view, I guess, but we might be able to live without that attached, right? Looks like a no stuff. No stuff just means it's a no populated or not not connected. Let me see if I can pull up a board view for that. No pop, no stuff. Probe the second MOSFET. Oh, that's a good point. I don't know if I can get to that pin though on the second MOSFET. What board is this? What board is this? It's underneath here. It's a L651P. 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 Got it. Got it, bro. All right. Buy one of those new Pro Maxes under warranty. Yeah, the new Pro Maxes definitely won't have liquid metal. I mean, or, you know, I haven't seen any precisions with liquid metal. It's really these gaming ones that they're doing it on. So, all right, so here's our CPU. So here's 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, look, PUGs. So these are PUGs. Wait, this one has more pay. Oh, this one wasn't populated. That's right. So this was a no pop here, right? Because we had the slurry actually went over this whole area. So this is one on its own on the board. This one's not populated on the board. And then we had 1, 2, 3, or wait, and then this is the one that's burned up, right? Number 4. And then these two pads are not connected. Yay! All right, so the only thing we're worried about is trying to get a big enough trace that comes around here. What do you think about that? I think we're okay. Is everyone on board with what's happening here? Is that we have a situation where the pads were attached to the actual chip still, and this part ripped off. These were not connected, so we were not worried about it. But this area right here, we'll have to add a little copper trace to go across there to make it a little more strong like bull. Okay. Ah, nice. But does that mean we get to proceed with cleaning? I guess that's what that means, because I didn't want to have to clean it. But so I get my cleaning shoes on, cleaning gloves on. I nearly thought it was bad. Yeah, I know. All right, so I'm just going to try to pick up some of this stuff here. God, I hate this stuff. This stuff is the worst. I hate it. Here, you want this? Does anyone want some of this? You can have it right here. Just send it home with you. Remove all the liquid metal, throw it in the ultrasonic cleaner. It's the worst invention ever for a laptop. I'm sure it's great. I'm sure it's the best invention ever. I'm sure it's revolutionary. But in a laptop, it doesn't make sense. So it's bunching up here into a blob. And if you have it really liquidy, you can actually just suck it up with a syringe. And that's what I'll use if it's liquidy. We could try sucking that up right now. Only mods can use the bell, by the way. But if you want to use the bell, you can actually donate to the stream, and then the bell works. So I have it set, if you do like a super chat or some bits on Twitch, then you can actually do a message. So you pay for the bell, if that makes sense. And then the rest of the mods can just do the bell command. Yeah, it looks like it's degrading the foam. And maybe that's what's going on here. Yeah, this foam was like really low right here on this spot. Was there a via at the end of the ripped trace? No. I don't think so, because this is just the output, I believe. So we just have like the chip's input here, and then that's like ground, I believe. And then it goes out here, and it connects to the chip here. I don't think there's a via there. I mean, we can check on the board view. Well, maybe. Yeah, it says it goes somewhere. So that may be a problem. We'll have to check to see if it's actually connected to the other side of the board still. To this, is that a pull down resistor? No, it's hooked to, wait, what value is this? So 4.7, and that's ground. So we'll have to check to see if that's still attached. Here, I'll see if I can figure out rig something to hook that up. That's true. I don't know, there might be something in that little spot right there. But it could also be over here. It could also be off to the side. There's some vias right there. There they are. The vias are right there. we're good. Yeah, it's right there. I'll show it to you with a Q-tip. So there's the vias. There's two of them. 1, 2. That's connecting this to the other side of the board. And so there's nothing over here. So we didn't rip anything there. So that's the via. We're good to go. Why do I have gnats flying around? God. All right, back to working, people. Back to cleaning. It's like slave labor here. Look at this liquid metal. It just ate away at this whole contact here. Yes, the super chat makes the bell go ding. That's right, John. Good job. It works. It works. All right, so I just used a little syringe here. Sucks it up. So anything that's liquid, I can do that. I just kind of push it into a pile. Okay. Okay. Nice. All right, I'm going to pull this whole cover off. It has the super chat. It goes bing, ding, ding. I'm crashing. I can feel it already. I'm tired. All right, I'm going to pull this off like this. Gently, slowly. Are you able to fix the shorts on YouTube? What's wrong with the shorts on YouTube? What do you mean, Dougal? Oh, fix the shorts on YouTube. Wait. Like short videos or shorted motherboards? I'm confused. What kind of short are we talking about? All right, I'm going to just take this cover off and throw it in the trash. Old Buck Operator just used his Prime sub for 3 months. Thank you so much for that. Nate's gnats. Nate's gnats. These are my pet gnats. Oh gosh. You gotta be kidding me. It never ends. Look at this. It went all the way over here underneath. How did it get way over here? I mean, I don't see it. I see it on the sticker, but I don't see how it went under there. This stuff sucks. Highly conductive. I wish there was like a neutralizing spray or something I can put on it. Done, done, done. D-U-N, done. I am done. Done cleaning liquid metal. This was something I'd send off to somebody else. Like, I'm not cleaning this liquid metal. I got a liquid metal cleaning guy. I got a guy for that. No, I don't have a really good liquid metal cleaning guy. I got a guy who's okay at it. Yeah, we can put the freeze spray on it if you want. Then we can try to pick it up. You want to try that? Here, we'll freeze spray this a little bit. Nice. Now we can just pick these little balls up. And they've already melted. Hooray! Thanks for the cheer there. Oh, Wes. Fast. Fast and so furious. All right, but the trick is here, then we can just flip the board over and just kind of hold it over a trash can and just kind of rub it into the trash. And we'll see if that worked good. It actually worked pretty good. So spray it with freeze spray, then rub it upside down over the trash can, and the stuff just kind of falls off of here. I like that. Razdaz. Razdaz? Just use a Prime sub. Thank you for that. Thanks for the support, people. Thanks for the faith. I got faith in you. All right, what are we gonna do about this guy? What are we gonna do about this coil inductor? This inductor. There's still liquid metal over here. Do we just clean it first with like what, toothbrush or something? I don't know. Freeze spray? Okay. High pressure air. Okay, let me see if I can flake it off into the trash can. That worked okay. I think we might have kind of a new trick. I don't know, but all of that looks very liquid metal-y, I guess, right? Look, I mean, it's some other now, different compound now. Because it like merged with this. Do we have to replace all these? And why is this one crooked? Why does this one have some feng shui to it? Why is this one so lazy? Oh, I'd say pull the inductors, check underneath them, see if there's any mystery. That's true. That's true. We have learned a lot from the underneath of these inductors. All right, let me pull them off. I think I'm just gonna use some heat to pull them off though. Nice little vacuum you have there. Short it out. T1000 liquid metal. All right. So I'm just gonna pull these guys up. I'm gonna heat the whole area though. A wobbly FET. Do we have a FET that's wobbly? This one has a little bit of juice underneath it. All right, see if we can get something not to explode. Gosh. Does Dell have a liquid metal warranty? It's probably a taillight warranty. I mean, they do have a warranty. Like if it's under warranty, it's under warranty and it's covered. Yeah, but everything else is just a taillight warranty after that. So whenever they see your taillights, that's the end. That's where the warranty ends. But they have a really good warranty in general. So if this has a year warranty, then everything's covered for a year. If you buy the 3-year warranty, then everything's covered for 3 years. So then everyone sends it to me after that. I am the warranty master after that. The warranty master. Okay, these are all the same number, right? I didn't even check. I think they're all the same. Wobbly FET wasn't a bounty hunter. It wasn't a bounty hunter. What's going on here? This side doesn't even want to come up. That's the side that the liquid metal ate on. Come on. All right. Should I do this last one? Looks okay. I don't think anything got on that last one. Should I straighten that one up? I'll deal with that later. Okay. Oh gosh, an LLM bomb. All right, got them all off. I don't see anything super suspicious here. What we want to look at is to see if we have any like burnt traces or anything like that. Dell should pay you just for the sake of dealing with all this stuff, yeah? Well, indirectly, they are letting me deal with all this stuff, and they are letting me sell all their products and be a kind of a spokesman, not spokesman, whatever, somebody that they can rely on. What is going on here? Oh, wait. I'm like measuring wrong. Just thinking, okay. Good. So these are all separate. They're going to come through over here, and then this whole trace is connected together. You can actually see that, that, and that is one whole pad. This is its own pad coming over here, and then each one of these are connecting to each one of these pads. So that all looks good. All right. So we do have little drops everywhere. Oh, a partner. I mean, I'm kind of, you know, so I'm not technically a partner. That's the thing. It's like, basically Dell has it set up where, like, I buy all their parts, and then I have to put on my website I'm not affiliated with them. And because people kept getting mixed up like that I was Dell, and then like if you called information, then information would give them my phone number for Dell, like saying, hey, I want to call Dell, and then they would say, here's parts people's number, and then people would think I was Dell. And so then I had to kind of clarify that. But anything outside of warranty, they recommend us, is kind of how that works. But we're not official partners or official anything. We get no recognition. But I think it's because everyone knows who we are, is kind of how it ends up working out. All right, I'm going to re-tin all these pads here. I'm going to look underneath the CPU on this side too. This is the only thing I'm worried about. A third-party reseller, but I'm not, it's like a gray market seller. That's kind of what it is. 'Cause I'm selling parts that are like all official parts. I don't sell anything aftermarket. It's all purchased from Dell. So there's no third-party stuff going on. But it's all like, it's all official stuff, but it's not from Dell itself. Okay, no liquid metal there. What about that? What about that? That looks a little shiny, but I think it's okay. Clean MAT liquid metal. Matte. Oh. Yeah, I have liquid metal in my mat, don't I? Yeah. God, I hate liquid metal. You know what? That's the shirt. That's the shirt. It literally should just say, I hate liquid metal. That's it. Just those words across a shirt. Because that's exactly what I'm thinking right now, every single moment of this repair. I just say, I hate liquid metal. But I mean, I guess I could have an image on there that's something like the molten guy or whatever from T2. Yes, that. That would definitely be a meme. Or hashtag I hate liquid metal or something. All right, let me clean this off here. There's some drops on the table. There's a silver splatter. Oh, gosh. All right, I need another break again. I'm feeling it. Oh, I'm mad little alien saying it. Their field techs are instructed not to diagnose anything. I believe that. Because their field techs, Dell's field techs will go out and just swap motherboards and then be done with it. And we used to actually buy a lot of those field service returns. That's what they were called, field service returns. And so they would go out, swap out a motherboard, or swap out a screen, or swap out whatever, Palmer's base, back cover, or whatever. And they would come in these boxes called field service returns. And I would buy a truck full of those. And like 95% of it was all good. It was like they were just swapping out stuff because, oh, whatever's happening, you know. I was a field service tech. Okay, so Led was a field service tech in 2007. Yeah. And I remember there was a couple field service techs that would always come in and sell us a bunch of field service returns. And I'm like, where did you get this stuff from? It was really weird. And he was like, oh, well, you know, they give it to us or whatever it is, right? But he was selling me a lot of crazy stuff for like nothing. I was like, okay, I don't really understand what's going on here. And that was a long time ago. That was like probably around 2007, 2008, somewhere around there. All right, let's look at this one more time. I think it looks pretty clean at this point. Clean enough to at least try to rebuild this area here. I need to get that corner. I need some whiskey. There will be whiskey time soon. What am I drinking tonight? What do I got at home? I got some double oak. Double oak, what is it? Bondstones double oaked. I got a bottle of Buffalo Trace I just bought. I haven't opened it yet. Cheers. Thank you for that, Allie. There we go. Tired of cleaning this, though. Bourbon. It's what's for breakfast. Look at that. I keep squeezing this and more keeps oozing out the edge. It's like in the crack here. It's oozing liquid metal. Look at all that. Where's it coming from? Gross. All right, let's see if we can suck it up now. Suck that up. Nate, you're the goat. I don't know. Thank you. I know Woodward Reserve. Every single time I forget to get that stuff. The Reserve, right? Not the regular one. Thanks for the cheer there, AJ. Good night. Sleep well. Okay, we're good. Got that. All right, anything else? Let me know if you guys see anything. I'm gonna just do a little stroll around here. Is it in focus? Okay, all right, here we go. Slow, steady. It's kind of furry. I can see that. So I'm going to go back up. Don't see anything. On top of there, maybe? No. Okay, we'll go over one, come down. Still drinking scotch. I can't drink scotch. I just don't like the flavor, the peatiness. I mean, like a scotch whiskey that's more like Irish whiskey, I can handle that. Like I drink a lot of Jameson, things like that, but I like Irish whiskey more if I'm going to be drinking that. See anything? All IC pins are covered. IC pins are covered. Where? Like we're gonna fix these for the coils. I'm gonna put some new solder down. Solder. All right. So I don't see any big blobs or drobs or whatever. It's a little bit still in the CPU. Looks okay. All right. So let's go ahead and re-tin these. And install a new MOSFET and then what? Wish that we didn't start this project because the CPU will not turn on anymore. Is the short gone? That's a good question. By golly, I don't know. The short is gone. The short is gone. And the CPU has 5 ohms, so that's good. So, and then the integrated graphics has, or no, this is integrated graphics. 100. So what is this, a boost phase or something? I don't know, whatever that is. All the measurements look good there. So let's tin these up. We're going to have to tin these up too. Yep. Castle and Key Bourbon. What's Castle and Key Bourbon? I haven't heard of that. Where's that from? Are the coils bad? I don't know, but I don't have a tester for that, so I have no way of knowing. What am I looking for? Flux. Got it. Goat. Goat again. I'm a goat. Bah. The goat. Will it turn on? Yes. All right, how much time we got? 3 hours and 22 minutes. So we are getting to the end. We got like 40 minutes. LLM goes a long way. Well, I'll have to remember that they put so much on this board, it also leaks a lot. Looks like Mountain Dew. All right, I'm actually gonna probably put some solder on here and then suck it back off. Suck it off. I'm gonna wick it off, just in case there's a little bit of liquid metal kind of mixed in here, or the not liquid metal, but because I think it turned into some other element, so element 32 maybe. It was element 31 and now it's element 32. You know I'm joking, right? Oh, that one's not melting right. Scotch and soft drinks. What about Knob Creek and Dr. Pepper? Knob and Doc. Dr. Knob. Let me heat the board up a little bit. Element 6 turned into element 7. Bardstown. Bardstown. Yeah, I was supposed to get some of that and I never did. Yeah, I need to try that. Someone suggested some of that, but I didn't see it at the big box store I go to for all this stuff. Yeah, they have a double oak on that one too, I believe. I have a bottle of Buffalo Trace at home right now. I haven't opened it yet. Solder sucker to pick up the LLM. We tried that. That's why I use a syringe. That's the kind of the best. The solder sucker jumps too much, so that's kind of the main problem with that. Because LLM doesn't act like solder. It doesn't flow like that. And it doesn't wick up either. I'm just trying to get this, in case it's mixed up in here, I'm just trying to get it picked up out of here. Ugh. Come on. God, it just does not want to. It's just not hot enough. Not hot enough, I tell you. It was mainly this one and this one are the ones I wanted to get cleaned up. Come on. There we go. Got it. Got it. Okay, that's good enough. This side was fine. Okay. Put some fresh solder on there. Do the left pad again on the left. I haven't done any of these pads yet. Do you want me to do this pad again? There we go. That's melting much better. Okay. Need more solder. Need a bigger tip. Yeah, I could switch out tips. I just hate whenever I start getting these really big tips and I can't get in the little spots. So, but a bigger tip would definitely allow it to transfer the heat better. Okay. That's why I was trying to heat up the board. Okay, so now let's put some stuff on here. And then what are we going to do? Should we actually try to put a pad across here? Just to add a little bit more connection, continuity. Probably do need something, right? Okay. Amen. Don't add. So we got a don't add. So I want consensus on this. Now I'll show you what the new chip looks like. Actually, I don't even know what the new chip looks like. What number is this? So 3055? 55, wait, 30, 21, 55. So let's grab a 30, 51, 25. Say that fast. 30, 21, 55. 30, 21, 55. All right, so these are 30, 21s, 55s, brand new from, looks like Mauser. Here's the Mauser number on it, right here. Copper tape. So I can put copper tape under it. But if we look at the pad, there's already a pad here. So it's like, theoretically, I mean, it will definitely work without it. Now, will it end up causing more damage later on? That's the question. So let me look here and see how this kind of lines up. So it's going to go like this. Like that. Yes. Okay, so now I'll flip it back over. Let's go this way with it. All right, so this will solder here, but look, this one's floating because this actually attaches here. Now, does it attach all the way across? It's one whole pad, right? I think it is, but on here it's not one pad. Well, let's test to see if they are connected. Now, these two are not supposed to be connected, but they're there. But these are connected on here. So internally, they're connected. Now, does that mean that if we have this floating and we don't connect anything here, we're going to cause an issue? I feel like we could just put a piece of copper across here and it would probably do better, right? Because we are outputting out of both of these on this chip, but then all the output will come through this one little area here. So, small piece of copper. I mean, it will work. It's just, will it? Is it like having stranded wire where you have multiple strands of wire and then now we're only using, you know, instead of having 10 strands, we have 8 strands? You know, is that we're going to be putting too much current through a smaller piece and then it's going to cause an issue? That's what you have to think about, right? Yeah, electrically it will work, but if we just had an explosion in this area, will it re-explode itself? So, small piece of copper is where we're going with it. I don't think I have a piece of copper. Where's my copper? Where's the copper at? Give me some copper. Got some copper here. I got a small piece of copper. It's a whole roll of copper. Let's see. Stick it in place. Increase the current handling. Yeah, silver or copper. What about gold? What if we used gold instead? Copper, you say? Yeah, see? We got the coppers. The coppers will get it. All right, so here's our small piece of copper. Perfect. All right, we'll just set it right there, solder it in place. And Bob is your uncle. Bob's your uncle. Okay, so we need a piece that's a lot smaller than this, obviously, but it's really hard to do that. So I'm going to flip this around. And I'm going to line it up more or less where I want it. Right around there, see? And I'm going to cut a little piece off. Let me see if I can do that. Maybe I can just solder it in place and cut it. Epoxy resin? That sounds like fancy. There's another set of tweezers here. Circus music, please. All right. So I'm going to move this just like... Gosh, this is going to be hard. It's so big. So strong. Big and strong. Put it right there. Perfect. I love it. All right. I know you think I'm crazy, but there's method to my madness, I tell you. Okay. You're like, why do you leave it so big? It's easier to control it. See? Okay. Good. Look how big it is, but look how perfect it is. You see how perfect it is? Yeah, that works. And it's good. I know. Let's see if we can get real close and personal with it. So I'm going to start out by giving a nice little score across here. Let's see, we'll go right here. Zing. Okay, it's gone. Then we'll go across here. Zing. Good. And then we'll go across. I guess I can cut it a little bit smaller than that even, right? Zing. Good. And then what about right here? Do you think I should cut a little bit off of that just to be safe? Can y'all even see that? Oh, it's perfect. UV mask and you're done. Well, the thing is, UV mask is going to make it blob up. I'm going to cut this over just a little bit. There we go. Maybe a little bit more. There we go. Get this way, maybe. There we go. I think we got it. Perfect. See if I can get these little pieces out of here. That looks pretty good, right? Now I just got to get all this glue off of here, because these are actually, it's like a sticky copper sticky tape. So I have to get this glue off of here. So I'm going to pull it off. So I put the copper that's not sticky on the bottom and I solder that on, and then all the stickies up, and then I just wipe that off after I get it in place. Yes, yes, and yes. Make it thinner. Can it overflow out the side a little bit? Aren't you okay with it just like being free? I was just trying to get it away from that non-populated pad. This is such small quarters. Okay. All right, I'm going to toothbrush it just a little bit. Smush it with copper wire. No sticky. I think that looks pretty stupendous, people. I know that you were a little worried, weren't you? Weren't you worried when I started? That big old giant piece on there, and look at that. Now it looks like it's factory. Right? Looks pretty factory. Like nothing happened. Now I'm going to put some solder on it. So the trick is we need to put solder over the whole thing, but we don't want to move. So I'm going to have to hold this down like this, and now I'm going to use my soldering iron to put a little solder on it. Now I could make this a little smaller. I think it's fine, the distance there. Putting solder mask on here, the worrisome part is that it might make it where the chip doesn't sit down flat. Now we could put it right here on the edge maybe to hold it in place if we're worried about it moving. But I'd rather just put solder on it and then just solder the chip in place. You know what I mean? Know what I mean, Jelly Bean? You covered it. Covered number one. I need to make a decision though. If I'm going to put solder mask on it, I need to do that now before I start adding a bunch of stuff on there. Maybe I'm going to put solder mask right on the edge. Okay. I know I'm kind of going all over the place here, but I'm going to put it right on the edge, but not on top. I'm going to dry this off. Wipe it off. This needs to be perfectly clean or the solder mask doesn't stick. What you got? The trace itself is wobbly. Carry on. Yeah, I know the trace is, yeah. So I'm just going to put a solder mask on the edge though. The reason why I want to do that is because when I start heating this up and soldering the chip in place, the last thing I want is this thing to kind of pick up and move over. So I'm just going to put it right here on this edge, and just so it doesn't move too much. Tell them about your M18R1 you used to goat powers yesterday. Oh, the M18R1 that I fixed? Oh my gosh. Yeah, so I worked on, there was two different M18R1s that I had in, and Harry there, or what's your first name? Shoot, no. Anyway, Harrington boy in the chat there, we fixed his machine on the live stream, but then it ended up where it didn't charge the battery at the end. And I spent hours and hours and hours trying to actually fix the board where it would actually charge the battery, but the machine was working and running, but it wouldn't charge the battery. And then I ended up getting another one in. I kind of gave up on his. And then I got another one in that blew up exactly the same way. And after I fixed it, it didn't charge the battery either. So then I had to spend like another huge amount of time replacing all these chips. So it ended up that whenever this scenario with this power management chip blows out, it blows out like 7 chips, and you have to replace them all at the same time, or else one messes up another. So, did we lose audio? Audio is fine. Okay. But yeah, so I am so glad that I was able to actually fix this board. We almost gave up on fixing it because I spent so much time trying to get it going. And but now I know in the future exactly what the scenario is or what I need to do to make sure that we can get this to work. Okay, so I'm only putting on the very edge here because I don't want it to get under the chip or into my way. There we go. All right, now I'm going to hold it down while let me cure it. Cover your eyes. My eyes. My eyes. The goat. Yeah, I probably spent a collective amount of 20 hours on those M18 R1's charging battery issues. Because I worked on Harrington's for a long time, and then I worked on the other one, and then I kind of were putting it back and forth side by side, trying to figure out like what's causing this one to work and this one not to work, and this one, you know, like it's a weird system because the battery was recognized, the battery would discharge, it would run off the battery, it would just never go into charging state. That's all it was. So, sorry, damn Google. Oh. You need to use those oilers that NanoFix uses for solder mask. Okay, I need to check that out. NanoFix always has the best stuff. All right, this looks pretty good. I'm feeling pretty goatish on this one. This repair looks goatish. Now I'm spending a bunch of time on this, but we don't know if it's even going to work. But see, now this is nice and solid, and then now I can actually put some solder on that and not worry about it messing up. Shit. Shoot. I'm dropping stuff. I feel like we can get this going. Now I don't want that to lift up. I need to be very careful. I don't want to trust that it's going to be held in place. The last thing I need is it picking up and I will get really upset. So I'm going to hold this down just in case here. Come on, baby. Get on here. You can do it. You can do it. There we go. A little too much. Careful. Careful. There we go. Okay, it seems like too much to me, but we will see. I'm trying to be just very, very careful with it. I don't know how else to say it. Okay, so we are ready. Ready to execute maneuver here. So let's get this tinned up. Oh. Okay, so you still need to output the power planes laying on top of the ground plane. So there was nothing underneath that, so I wasn't worried about that. That whole area was empty underneath. Yeah, the output was just a little edge I just needed to add on because they're all in the same area. So this pad, let's see, this pad and this pad are what we were connecting. So this pad was still on the board, but this part was missing, but these are actually electronically connected here, so we just made a little L across there. You might be able to use a medical syringe to cut the tip flat. Medical syringe. Oh, yeah. Yeah. That'd be pretty neat. That'd be pretty cool. Come on. So all I'm trying to do is just get a little bit on here. I don't want tons because we have enough on the board already, but I just need to get them so it's not going to be undersaturated, basically. And that blob right there is a little too much. I'm going to see if I can get some of that out of that middle area there. Everybody like. Where are we at on the likes on this YouTube stream? That's pretty good. I think we're ready. 26 likes. All right, perfect. Seems about right. Just kidding. We still have a lot of work to do here, people. We got to put this thing on here, and then we got to put all those back on. All right, so I'm going to solder this on. Hopefully it will go on without an issue. So we did add that little L across here. Now we do have a lot of solder underneath here, so I'm hoping that we're not going to have a big issue with it like oozing a lot. So this is going to go this way like that. Okay, here we go. Wish me luck. So we're at 500 likes. Okay, so 500 doesn't seem like enough, but we'll see. So I'm hoping that this will stay in place using that solder mask. We will see. I'm just going to pay attention to this melting here. And once it melts, then I'll set the thing down. There we go, that's melting. Melting, okay. All right. All right, here we go. So watch that corner, because that's what I'm concerned with. It looks like it's working. Now, are we crooked? Looks a little bit crooked. What do you think? I'm going to come over the top of it. We're a little bit crooked. Now, is it too crooked? The thing is, I don't necessarily want to push it around and start moving it. Now, I can get all that picked up here, but that looks like it's lined up, that lined up, that's lined up. These all look like they're lined up. This area looks like it's lined up. So I am more inclined to just leave it and not move it. Okay? Because when you start pushing stuff around is when you're going to have an issue. Because if I push it around, then this may come undone, and it pushes that pad over and it starts touching these other things here. So let's just wick up whatever we can. Oh shoot, darn it. I had just had a Kim pad suck up into my air filter. Hate that. Hate when that happens. It looks lined up enough. Good enough club, right? A good enough club. Why isn't that picking up here? Darn it. I don't know why the soldering iron. Usually I can just pick up this stuff with the soldering iron, but it doesn't want to pick up today. Ooh, I'm having an issue here. There we go. Now these are all individual pads. Can't remember. Those are all individual, these are all individual, and then these are like big pads on the side, I believe. Yes. You see that's a solid pad here and that's a solid pad there, so it doesn't really matter how these are set up, just as long as they're not touching each other. Okay, I'm going to clean it up. We'll just see how it looks. Oh, gosh. Oh, back's getting sore. Do you really need to wick up the extra solder? I don't, but when you have big blobs like that, it just doesn't look right. I don't have to do anything. Poll going, everyone? Oh, there's a poll. Okay, so we have a poll. What does the poll say? Will we have picture? Okay, so when I'm done getting all this back together, do you guys think that we're actually going to get picture after this liquid metal catastrophe? We got 77% on YouTube saying that it will have picture, and we got 67% on Twitch saying we won't have picture. So that's stark contrast. So we have people thinking I could fix it on YouTube, people thinking I can't fix it on Twitch. What's up with that? What's up with that? I would say that looks pretty good. I mean, it's not perfect, obviously, and that area where I was trying to clean up that extra solder doesn't look right, but yeah, pretty cool. All right, let's get all these inductors back on here. If there's no LLM under the CPU, if there's no liquid metal in the CPU, then I think it should work. Oh yeah, let's pretend all these too, because I want to make sure that we don't have that liquid metal on here. Or should I steal a set off of another board? Should I just take some of these inductors off another board? Because all these had like some liquid metal kind of still on it. I think that's what I'm going to do. Oh, so these are R15s, just clean. Donor, I think we're going to do this. So these are R15s. I don't think the rest of these numbers matter, right? So it's R15 or is it 149, 81? Donor, clean, clean, clean. I got plenty of donors over here, so I can just grab them off of this board here. Do you know what I mean? Do you know what I mean? So these are R15s, 113s. Now, do these other numbers matter? I don't think they do. Pins 3 and 4 are bridged. Donde? 3 and 4 are bridged. Here? I don't see it. So R15 is the only thing that matters. That's what I think. I think the rest of the date code, yeah. So PUZ3 here, okay. So this is one whole pad here. That's another whole pad there. This is one whole pad here, and then we have, oh, is that what you're looking at? Is that little corrosion looking stuff? Yeah, I don't think they're bridged. I just think it's like a goopiness. Yeah, this is goop. It's a gooper. All right, so it's fine. All right, so we're just gonna pull these off of here. The question is, should I do it with air or solder? I think I'll just do it with air. Hank, what's up, man? Oh, man. Liquid metal, I hate it. Hate this liquid metal. More LLM for everyone. You get liquid metal, you get liquid metal. Good eye, whoever mentioned the bridge. I think it was more LLM. I don't know if that was. You're talking about for those two pins that were bridged? A lot of carpet fibers. Yeah, it's this Kim pad. I'll clean it better. Dodgy. You don't like the crookedness of it? It's too dodgy? Johnny V? Just feng shui, bro. Feng shui. All right, we can do this. One. So I'm not heating directly at it. I'm doing on the edges only. Two. And if you're old enough to know who that is, let me know. Three. Believe me, there's people who have no idea who I'm doing, what impression I'm doing. Four. We need 5, right? Yeah, Sesame Street. The count. He counts, and he says after every count. He counts numbers. What a wonderful MOSFET. What a wonderful world of MOSFETs. You get a MOSFET. You get a MOSFET. Okay, so are we good? Does everything look good here? Do you want me to scrub it one more time just to verify that we don't have anything else on here? I think it looks good to me, but... There's just fuzz. All right, is everyone good? God, there's just fuzz everywhere. You're 72. I don't know what you're voicing. All my impressions, you don't know any of those voices, right? Sesame Street. Then he drops the cake. That little devil. The count says Soren. All right, here we go. Oh, gosh, everything here. It doesn't really matter which direction I put these, by the way. And I'll add flux in a second. I know you guys are just like, put flux on there. But when I put flux, it just kind of blows away. So I have to do that in a second. I just want to get everything in place. How's the vote coming? Okay, so 57%, it says it's not going to work on Twitch. And 69% says it's going to work on YouTube. That is a poll that is contrast. Contrast in polls there. This is hot. This is spicy. It's hurting my hand. Good. Okay, I'm going to adjust all these in a second. Sorry. There we go. Okay. Oh, gosh. The hot air, working with hot air is so hot. So hot. You know what I mean? Twitchers are losers. You Twitchers. Oh. Okay. YouTube, amen, brother. Amen. Two minutes, Nate. Oh, shoot. Oh my gosh. Okay, thank you. Okay, I'm hurrying. So a couple minutes left in the stream. So I only go for 4 hours because Monday or Wednesdays like this, I've been working since 8 o'clock this morning. So I've been here for 14 hours today. And so I'm tired already. And I'm hoping we're just going to get this thing to fire up and go. Get in here. Let's see. Thank you for the heads up there. Is that attached or not? I can't tell. It's hard to get in here. There we go. Got it. What you got? Sunday. Stay till midnight. That's about right. Okay. All right, so we're just going to do a continuity test, and then we're going to assemble. We're just going to do continuity and assemble. Oh, I don't know. I'm feeling pretty pretty worn out. Oh, funny. Look at that, guys. I didn't need to put that one on there because it was already unpopulated. So we only took off 4. I just counted 5 because I saw that one there. You guys, you should have stopped me. Yeah, so this one doesn't, I don't need that one there. Send it with an extra coil in here, I guess, huh? I can just leave it on here. It's not going to hurt anything. Built for speed. That'll make it go faster. Anyway, but yeah, so that one's not populated. All right, you guys getting tired just like me? Let's figure it out. Let's just do a continuity test and then we'll assemble. So what I want to test here is I want to see that we have a connection from this MOSFET to this MOSFET. And we do, into here, into here. And by testing that, then we know that we're going over here, coming all the way down and coming back over here, okay? So we do have continuity all the way across there. Now we just want to check to make sure we don't have any shorts. And so this is in the 2s, perfect. And then main power rail is not shorted. So we have all the ingredients, people. All the ingredients are there for a proper, nice picture. Was that one a lot harder than the previous ones? Yes. The answer is yes. If you didn't know the answer to that one, the answer is yes. Okay, move all that stuff. Oh, yeah, then we have to deal with this. Oh, all right. Lord, give me the strength. Give me the strength. So liquid metal all over this too. We're going to send it in a second, I promise. Oh, freeze it and brush it. Let's do it. Yes, thank you for reminding me of that. So we're going to do our new technique. New technique is freeze it. Uh-oh, shoot. I accidentally blew that over there. Okay, freeze it. There we go. And then we're going to brush it into the trash can. Oh yeah, it's flaking off pretty good. We can do that. Wow, this stuff's pretty crazy when you do this. Okay, well, kind of a cool technique. All right, that was pretty fast, doing it that way. And we still have a big chunk right here that's kind of hard still. Look at that. All right, we're gonna have to do some more experimentation with that, but that did work pretty good. All right, but I do see some stuff down here. I think I'm just gonna take all this off for right now. I can replace it later. What do you think about that? Because this pad, there's liquid metal here, there's liquid metal in this pad. So I'll leave that portion. I'm just going to take this half off. It will run, we just don't want to run it really hard. All right, and then just get that stuff off of there. See how hard it got? Look at that. Boom. All clean. Where does it go? No one knows. Nobody knows. Okay. All right, is this going to work, guys? I feel like we put a lot of effort into this one. Definitely not as easy as the first two. So a little bit of heatsink compound goes a long way. What am I forgetting? Set up the dash cam. Set up a dash cam inside the trash can. Say that 10 times fast. The dash cam inside the trash can. Get some freeze spray. And all I'm using is just actually a can of air, blow off, and then you just do it upside down. Because it's Freon, that's all it is. So it's not really freeze spray. I LLM'd that to death. A trash cam. There you go. Yeah, I need to get a trash cam. Pro Max from Cali. Is that where they're from? Oh, Dell applies liquid metal with a garden hose. Only on certain models. Only on certain models. They have, they had a few machines that they just like experimenting, or they were like, all right, we're gonna do this, but we're gonna do it all the way. We're not gonna just do it a little bit. Anyone left on the channel right now should throw Nate a donation, a $1 donate. Oh, well, I'm not gonna say no. Thank you so much for that. Oh, okay, so you guys said that we have a 70% chance that we're gonna have a picture. I wanna see that picture. I wanna see it. I wanna see it. 6-year-old paintbrush. Just beat the dickens out of it. Tazzy, thank you. Tazzy with the $15. LLM cleanup can. Jack, thank you. Daryl, thank you. Gosh, you guys are crazy. Thank you for that. It is. Thank you. MT, thank you. There's 10 people worth. Well, that helps out a lot. I appreciate it. The LLM cleanup campaign donation. Oh, shoot. Gosh. Okay. Almost got it. What time is it? After 10. Mega coming in with $1. Thank you. You're super chatting for. Thank you. Real Ken, thank you. Gosh, I can't get this in here. There we go. Encore. We can't keep up with Dr. Sonic. Well, we don't need to keep up with Dr. Sonic. Michael, thank you. Gosh, you guys are the best. The best community ever. The best community. And I'll do my best to keep it entertaining. John, there's $2 more for the removal fee. Thank you. You are the GOAT. Led, thank you. Man, you donate so much time and effort to all these streams, and I can't believe you're donating money now. You don't give up, you keep climbing. Post it on Discord. Thank you. They're Led. Oh gosh, I can't see this. The suspense. Matt, thank you for that. All right, I am on the edge of my seat too. The bells keep going. Let the bells keep ringing. Oh my gosh. Oh, they're coming in hot. I don't think I've ever seen this many donations all in one run. This is great. That's a YouTube hype train. That's exactly what this is. It's a YouTube hype train. I've never seen a YouTube hype train. Okay, we have all the ingredients. So we had a short on the main power rail. We opened it up, we saw liquid metal leaking all over the board. It was slurring across, it was going onto MOSFETs. It ate away the solder that was on all the inductors and coils on the CPU. Ace, thanks for that. Therapy for the LLM nightmares. And we did have a blown up MOSFET, and so we had to rebuild the trace, and hopefully we were able to resolve that issue. Bondo, are we there yet? We're about to figure this out. Guys, if we can do this. David, thank you for that $2. Appreciate you. Okay, here we go. We have current. We got 1.87 amps. It is powering on. Do we have RAM in there? Hold on. RAM. We don't have RAM. A YouTube hype train. Oh, Mega 559 was delivered today. Ooh, you're just gonna burn it just for the sake of burning it, aren't you? Boob, thank you for that. It sounds like a phone is ringing, all the bells. Oh, Jack, thank you. William, thank you. 20 bucks. William, you just donated for 20 different people. Thank you so much for that, William. That's very generous of you. All right. Got the battery plugged in, got the RAM installed, and we got keyboard backlight. We are pulling some current here. Now, if this does work, I'm going to be completely surprised at this point because that blown up MOSFET did actually burn part of the traces away. Sharky, half a nip of whiskey. Yes, a half a nip of whiskey. Thank you so much, and so if we were able to resolve this liquid metal leaking issue and replace that MOSFET and rebuild that trace, this will be a 3 for 3 for the night because we already fixed 2 other laptops with a CPU MOSFET shorted out. Nobody just donated $3. Thank you for that. Thank you for that, nobody. Nobody. All right, so we are going through a CMOS reset. We are up to 56 watts, and now it is moving up. As long as we are moving up, we know that we are going through a startup process, that the BIOS is actually loading some firmware. We do not want to see it flatline at any point. The battery is plugged in. Doesn't seem like it is charging the battery at this point. It just seems like it is going through and we're up to 70 watts. All right, we're getting close. We're getting close, you guys. We're getting there. 75 watts. Come on, baby. Come on. Let's see if we can do it. 75, 74, whatever it takes. No error code yet. Oh, an ad break. Are you kidding me? Oh, that's why you have to be a YouTube or Twitch Prime member. 78 watts. Come on. Almost there. I can't believe. I can't believe. 76, 75. Wow, this is taking a little bit longer than I would hope. Nothing. Nothing. YouTube hype train, level 6-7. I saw backlight flash. We're up to 1.32 amps. I mean, 132 watts. I saw the backlight for a second. Now it's back off. Okay, it just turned off. It should come back on. Okay, 94 watts. I see the backlight on. I'm pretty sure I see the backlight on, but I have no picture. And we have picture. I can't believe I saved another laptop. Wow. Boom. Wow. All right, we did it. All right. It's conclusive. 3 for 3 tonight. 3 laptops, 3 shorted main power rails, 3 shorted MOSFETs, 4 on the CPU. This one we actually had to rebuild some traces. We had to replace different inductors. We had to go through a lot more. We even added an extra inductor. This thing is going to go extra fast with that extra inductor. So it is, well, I don't think the keyboard's plugged in properly because the keyboard's not working, but I'm happy to report that we do have this laptop up and running again. I cannot believe. Hey, thank you so much for that. Who was that? Ben, thank you for that great stream. Okay, well, it is past my curfew. We are about 15 minutes past our curfew here, but it is bourbon time. We're going to get home. I cannot believe that we did save 3 laptops. I'm glad that everyone came out and hung out with me and donated all that money towards my chaos. Nobody just sent another $10. Thank you for that. Saved it. Can I go back to sleep now? Did I wake you up? Shoot. Oh gosh. John with another $5. You saved another laptop despite Twitch's negative Nancy's. I know. Twitch said I couldn't do it, but I did. Always entertaining, Nate. Thank you. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate everybody coming out this week. The next stream is going to be next Sunday, 9 a.m. Central. We will join in for some more shenanigans, I'm sure. Appreciate everybody who came out tonight, participated. If this is your first stream, I do these twice a week. It's going to be 6 p.m. Central on Wednesday and 9 a.m. Central on Sunday mornings. Thank you for all those donations. They do help out a lot because I do put extra effort and time into these machines where it's not even practical to do that, but it's all for science. A lot of times it's for science, at least. Hey, thank all the mods that are in the chat right now, trying to keep it clean because there's a lot of people pop in there are a little bit crazy, and we have to kind of clean that up. So thank you, mods. They are here every single stream helping out. And then I appreciate everybody who is in the chat helping me out. Backseating, I'm fine with backseating because it is helpful whenever I'm working on things. I don't notice everything, and you see me missing things all the time. So, but anyway, I appreciate each and every one of you, and I'll see you Sunday. Thanks for watching.